I call to order the York County School Board regular meeting for February 26, 2024. As we begin, the chair will entertain a motion to amend the agenda to add an invocation prior to the business portion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add the invocation prior to the business portion of the meeting.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. The motion has been made and seconded. Mrs. Ford, would you please take the roll call?
Yes, the motion was made by Mrs. Goodwin and seconded by Mr. Richardson to amend the agenda to add the invocation. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0.
Thank you. And I'd like to let everybody know that District 2's representative, Mr. Zoran Pajovich, is unable to be here this evening. He is away on a business trip. And we look forward to seeing him at the next meeting. Now, moving on, we do have a full agenda tonight. We have a lot of important business to attend to. But before that, we're going to be learning about all kinds of wonderful things that are going on in our schools and our classrooms. And before that, we're going to be introducing our pledge leader. And before we have the pledge, let me read some information about him. Elliot Harris, go ahead and come on up. Elliot is a shining example of excellence and compassion in his second grade classroom. He's at Dare Elementary School. With a heart filled with kindness and positivity, he embodies the qualities of an outstanding classroom citizen. Respect is second nature to Elliot, evident in his interactions with both teachers and peers. He not only spreads kindness, but actively fosters an environment of support and encouragement among classmates. Always ready to lend a helping hand, Elliot demonstrates remarkable responsibility and accountability in his actions and schoolwork. His dedication to personal growth and academic achievement is truly commendable. With a strong work ethic and a determination to excel, Elliot strives for excellence. Embracing challenges with a growth mindset, he thrives on expanding his skills and knowledge. Beyond the classroom, Elliot has a passion for various activities. As a Taekwondo red belt and skilled gymnast, he exhibits discipline and commitment in his pursuits. Additionally, he immerses himself in living history events alongside a U.S. Marine Corps represented group, the Old Breed, where he recently portrayed a U.S. Marine fighting on Okinawa during World War II alongside his father. Elliot's altruistic spirit extends beyond his school and extracurricular activities. He actively engages in volunteering and supporting his friends' endeavors, attending their events and performances with unwavering enthusiasm. Elliot's dedication and integrity make him a true role model at Dare Elementary. And if everyone could please stand for Elliot to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And now we move on to our seniors of the month. I know they're excited with that. Mr. Schaefer, I believe you have Bruton High School's rep.
Yes, I do. And Bruton High is proud to recognize Abigail Lee as their senior of the month. Go ahead and stand up, Abby. And she is here with her brother, Drew. Hey, you stand up too, Drew. Come on now. Her father, Andrew, her mom, Allison, and then her grandparents, Larry and Cindy Lee. Y'all can go ahead and stand up. Come on now. Yeah. This is a family thing because I tell you what, she didn't get where she is alone. It was because of you guys, okay? Bruton High School is proud to recognize Abby Lee as our February 2024 Senior of the Month. Abby's compassion for others shows in the classroom and halls of Bruton High School, where she is always there for anyone who needs a helping hand. With a desire to enter the medical field, Abby has pursued opportunities to enhance her education and training through the Governor's Health Science Academy, the Dual Enrollment Emergency Medical Technician Program, and the University of Virginia's Summer Volunteer Program. Abby serves as the student body through her involvement with the Key Club, student government, and the York County School of the Arts. This year, Abby's talent has been honored as she was selected to choreograph a musical for SOA. And if you don't think that's a pretty big thing, it is if you've seen any SOA productions. Her desire to serve and connect with others is highlighted by the many roles she serves, and always with a smile. She has worked closely with the sponsors and teachers of the organizations she has been involved with, as well as her peers, to serve as a voice for the student body. All of her hard work and dedication has paid off, as Abby has been selected as Bruton High School's first Jefferson Scholars finalist. Abby has a vision for the future, and she will undoubtedly continue to invest wholeheartedly in her community as a student and a professional. Abby's going to be going to UVA in the fall. Congratulations, Abby.
And Mr. Richardson will be telling us about Grafton High's Senior of the Month.
Yes, Grafton High's Senior of the Month is Tej Patel. If he could stand up with his family, your whole family can stand up, please. There you go. Perfect. Grafton High School is very proud to name Tej Patel as February Senior of the Month. Academically, Tej sits among the top 2% of his senior class with an impressive 4.8095 grade point average. Tej distinguished himself with acceptance into the selective Governor's School of Science and Technology. This magnet program is for high-achieving, highly motivated students offering college-level content and opportunities for hands-on labs and in-depth research. Through this program, Tej received valuable tutelage through a mentorship at NASA. Tej began preparing for college while in middle school, electing to take high school credit advanced mathematics and world language classes during his 7th and 8th grade years. Once entering high school, Tej continued to challenge himself by taking rigorous advanced and college-level courses, culminating in the acceptance into the Governor's School. Tej's academic scholarship yielded invitations into the National Honor Society, Mu Alpha Theta Math Honor Society, Science National Honor Society, and the York County School Division Honors Program. Tej's activities beyond the classroom also speak volumes about his drive and discipline. He sees value in giving back to his community and has sought out numerous opportunities to do so. He has volunteered regularly through the Junior Volunteer Program at a local hospital, through the YMCA Leaders Club, and at a local temple. His participation in these programs helped him develop crucial interpersonal critical thinking and leadership skills. With a future interest in business and finance, Tej also learned valuable skills as an active member of the Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA. All 4 years in high school, he was a member of that. Tej received a first-place recognition for FBLA, regional testing for personal finance, and FBLA regional testing of financial math, allowing him to move to the state conference 2 separate years. As a participant in the WHRO Great Computer Challenge, Tej also earned another first-place recognition in integrated applications. In addition to these accolades, he was also actively involved on the Grafton School campus, representing his peers as his class president during his freshman year and representing Grafton as a member of the varsity tennis team, where he was a state semifinalist last year. Tej defines what it means to be a Clipper. We are very proud of him and can't wait to see what he does next. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And mic is on. I have for Tab High School, Janie Ching. If she could stand with her family. That's wonderful. Tab High School is honored to announce Janie Ching as February's Senior of the Month, a distinction she has earned through her remarkable achievements and contributions to our school community. She exemplifies the very essence of a Tab student, embodying excellence in academics, extracurricular involvement, and community service, all while maintaining a friendly demeanor and outstanding moral character. With an impressive GPA of 4.9591, Janie's academic prowess is evident, underscoring her dedication and work ethic. Janie's ability to excel academically while balancing her extracurricular activities and volunteerism makes her even more impressive. She holds her leadership positions in several organizations, including serving as the senior class treasurer for the Student Council Association, founder and president over the Chinese Culture Club, vice president of the Key Club, and a member of the Model UN, Girls Who Code, and the Student Advisory Board. Janie also plays on TAB's varsity soccer team. I want to know how you find enough time for all of that. Janie contributes to the community through volunteering at Riverside Hospital and other medical facilities. Janie is passionate about her future goals and works diligently to achieve them. This past summer, Janie participated in research opportunities at Duke University, where she was able to work alongside doctors and interns in a hospital setting. Janie plans to attend Duke University in the fall. TAB has been privileged to have her as a student, and she has a very bright future ahead. Thank you, Janie. And Mrs. Goodwin will be presenting York High School's Student of the Month.
I have the pleasure of introducing Lana Portanova, and she is here with her parents, Mark and Tanya Portanova. If you could stand. York High School is proud to recognize Lana Portanova as our February Senior of the Month. Lana is an ambitious, hardworking, and extraordinary individual and a pleasure to have at York High School. Lana has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to academic excellence, consistently ranking at the top of her class and distinguishing herself as a standout student in the International Baccalaureate program. Her membership in prestigious societies such as the National Honor Society, Science National Honor Society, Mu Alpha Theta, Thespian Honor Society, National English Honor Society, and Spanish Honor Society showcase her dedication to academics. Lana seamlessly balances her academic pursuits with her passion for service and extracurricular activities. As a sponsored race car driver for Mazda, Lana has showcased her talents on a national stage, exemplifying dedication, skill, and sportsmanship. She has participated in YHS drama productions, competed on the junior varsity and varsity girls basketball teams, member of the Asian American Pacific Islanders Club, and YHS International Club. Lana has displayed her selfless commitment to community service by volunteering weekly at her church. Congratulations, Lana, on this well-deserved honor.
We're now going to move into the Student Service Awards and Volunteers of the Month. Dr. Shandor, I believe you go down in the front to help everybody. This evening, we're combining our award recipients according to their school. So I'd like to ask Ms. Lisa Gelomo, Coventry Elementary Principal, to step forward and remain down front while the information is shared about both the Student Service Award recipient and the Volunteers of the Month for Coventry. So first, we have our Student Service Award recipient for Coventry Elementary. Mrs. Goodwin will be handling that.
It is with great honor that we announce Zachary Seelbach as the recipient of Coventry's Student Service Award. Zach has been a Coventry Cougar since 4th grade. He quickly became an active and involved member of our school community, consistently displaying positive behaviors and serving as a role model for other students. This school year, he showcased his talents in our school's Bullying Prevention Month production, where he held a key role and performed for the school as well as in front of our Coventry community. Zach also serves as a student ambassador and a member of the Principal's Advisory Committee. He is currently leading our Student Ambassadors Service Project, collecting items to support the Peninsula Rescue Mission. Zach serves as the leader, all while balancing his classwork and extracurricular activities. Outside of school, Zach is a member of the Fife and Drum of Yorktown, where he is a recruit. As a military dependent with a passion for history, Zach shared that his organization allows him to merge his love for both. He has proudly marched in the Yorktown Day Parade, 4th of July Parade, and has also performed at Mount Vernon in Northern Virginia. When asked what he enjoys in his spare time, Zach shared he enjoys rock climbing and swimming. He also enjoys spending time with his family and pets. Zach's accomplishments and service to others speak volumes about his character. We are thrilled to recognize him as Coventry's 2024 Student Service Award recipient.
All right, now we have our Volunteers of the Month for Coventry Elementary. We have Pete and Patty Kippy. If they could please come forward. Coventry Elementary School is pleased to recognize Pete and Patty Kippy as our Volunteer of the Month Award recipients. Mr. and Mrs. Kippy are a retired military couple who have generously devoted numerous hours over many years to working with second grade students at Coventry Elementary. They are affectionately known as Grandma and Grandpa to many of our Cougars. Although their children are now adults and their grandchildren are no longer in elementary school, they continue to volunteer their time to support our school community. They support students in a variety of ways, ranging from reading sessions and tutoring assistance to fostering social and teamwork skills through games, as well as engaging students in extension activities. When asked what they enjoy most about volunteering, Mr. and Mrs. Kippy both shared that the best part about working with a student is when they finally grasp a challenging concept. We truly value the time Mr. and Mrs. Kippy have invested in our school. Their involvement, support, and commitment have had a positive impact on our school community. Their willingness to give their time and service is greatly appreciated by Coventry Elementary students, staff, and families. Thank you. All right, now I'd like to ask Dr. Lindsay Kidd, Dare Elementary Principal, to step forward and remain down front while the information is shared for both the Student Service Award recipient and for the Volunteer of the Month for Dare Elementary. The first is Student Service Award, and Mr. Richardson, would you please tell us about that?
Yes, if Luke Lamb would come forward, please. There we go. So Luke Lamb is the epitome of the DARE motto. He thrives in all academic areas, consistently doing great work as a member of the Extend program and even earning a black belt on the recorder. Luke is reliable, making good choices and accepting responsibility of being a leader in the school. He pays close attention to details and helps others remember to be safe. He embraces kindness by volunteering to help any classmate in need, and twice monthly you will find Luke behind the Spirit Store table selling items to raise money for the PTA, and he advocates for free items to gift to his fellow students. Luke is one of the creative directors behind the PTA restaurant event coordinator role. His photo shoot ideas helped reinvigorate the PTA Facebook ads, bringing customers to local businesses while providing funds to DARE and bringing the school community together. Luke is thrilled to be a team member of Anchored for Life, and he welcomes students to DARE and supports them as they move or go through a military deployment. Luke also helped facilitate the Military Appreciation Breakfast and helped the team host a food drive for Thrive Peninsula, collecting 338 pounds of food, which will make 281 meals for local families. When Luke is not at school, he participates as a proud member of the 10 and under Canes travel baseball team, Seaford Baptist Upwards basketball team, and Windy Point Piranha swim team. Luke is kind, responsible, and respectful, and we are proud to call him a Dare Dolphin. Congratulations.
Now we'll have our Volunteer of the Month for Dare Elementary. Mr. Richardson.
Yes, if Timothy Walt could come forward, please. Tim has been an asset to DARE for many years. His roles as paraeducator, teacher, and now substitute have been invaluable given his dedication to and love for our students and staff. Outside of these roles, Tim continues to serve our school community as an advisor for our Anchored for Life Club. This role requires specific training, participating in ongoing activities and meetings, as well as providing support to our student team leaders. In addition, Tim maintains connections between Dare Elementary School and Crossroads Community Church, providing our school with supplies for all students at the beginning of the year. He has also helped connect families in need with the holiday groceries and meals, including delivering items to homes. Tim continues to support our book vending machine initiative, helping to fund the purchase of the machine as well as the books to fill it. You can also find Tim at Dare on Tuesdays preparing instructional materials for teachers with the PTA cut and paste team. Out of all of these wonderful contributions, the most important is his dedication to the building and maintaining relationships with students, staff, members, and the families. It is always a treat to see Tim back in the building and our students' love and admiration for him doesn't go unnoticed. He is a cherished part of our school community, and we're lucky to continue to have him as a volunteer and important member of our DARE family. He is well deserving of the Dare Elementary Volunteer of the Month Award. Congratulations, Tim.
Now I'd like to ask Ms. Candace Welch, Queens Lake Middle School Principal, to step forward and remain down front while we get the information about our Student Service Award recipient and Volunteer of the Month for Queens Lake Middle. Mr. Schaefer, would you please let us know about the Student Service Award?
Surely. Grayson Taltaint Perry, come on up. There we go. Grayson, or Gracie as she's known, is an honor roll student at Queens Lake Middle School. In addition to her rigorous coursework, Gracie is very focused on service projects and giving back to the community. Last school year, Gracie spearheaded a campaign during Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in September to educate the school community and honor children with cancer. In addition, she brought in a representative from the Red Cross to facilitate and host a community blood drive on her birthday and gathered her classmates, parents, and community members to donate a substantial amount of blood for those in need. This is now a tradition at Queens Lake, and we look forward to our second annual blood drive coming up in March. Her desire to host blood drives derives from a personal passion she had and has a lasting impact. We look forward to continuing the tradition after Gracie transitions to high school and appreciate the legacy that she is leaving to our school. Gracie is always willing to participate in a student committee or lend a helping hand to a classmate in need. She spreads joy to her teachers, principal, and support staff through her optimistic, kind, and generous personality. Gracie, congratulations on being recognized as a Queens Lake Middle School Student Service Award recipient, and keep shining.
Now, Mr. Schaefer will tell us about our Volunteer of the Month for Queens Lake Middle.
Okay. Amber Rickner, come on down. Yes. Mrs. Richter is our PTA president and can always be found volunteering and lending a helping hand at Queens Lake. She's led our PTA to new heights this year and not only planned and executed a wonderful winter dance for our students, but she has helped us to recognize and celebrate our students and staff as well. Mrs. Richter is a parent of a student athlete, and she not only cheers on Addie from the stands, but she assists by offering to manage the books at the basketball games, helping to sell tickets, and even plans end-of-season celebrations for the teams. As a military spouse, Mrs. Richter connects with our community families on a level that makes them feel supported, understood, and right at home. She spreads positivity and stands alongside our school team to help share our school story and the wonderful things that are happening at Queens Lake on a regular basis. We thank Mrs. Richter for her continued support of Queens Lake Middle School and congratulate her on the special honor of being named Queens Lake Middle School Volunteer of the Month. Congratulations.
Now we'll have Mr. Schaefer share some comments about the York Foundation for Public Education for that presentation.
Yes. I'd like to invite Mrs. Glennis Ellis, York Foundation for Public Education member, to step forward. Yeah. Recipients, please come up front when you hear your name called. Congratulations to Elliot Harris, a second grade student from Dare Elementary School, for reciting the Pledge of Allegiance at tonight's school board meeting. We would also like to recognize tonight's Student Service Award recipients. Zachary Seelbach from Coventry Elementary School. Luke Lamb from Dare Elementary School. And Gracie Taltaint Perry from Queens Lake Middle School. We also congratulate our seniors of the month. Abby Lee from Bruton High School. Tej Patel from Grafton High School. Janie Ching from Tab High School. And Lana Portanova from York High School. Special gifts from Cookie Text and Edible Tweet are being presented on behalf of the York Foundation for Public Education in partnership with their donor, Gene Fioca of Cookie Text and Edible Tweet. A Walmart gift card is also being donated by a foundation supporter. Join me in congratulating all of our recipients.
Yeah. Got them all? Great. Thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Shandor to share some things about tonight's accent on academics.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fairman. This evening, York High School will be presenting information regarding their Senior Day of Service, a collective commitment in the York Zone. The York High School class of 2024 is supporting a collective commitment to support the York Zone through their Senior Day of Service. The class of 2024 demonstrated characteristics of future-ready graduates in the community by supporting students and teachers. York High achieved this by organizing collaborative activities throughout the entire York Zone, benefiting current students and future Falcons. To share more details and introduce the presenters is Dr. Shannon Butler, our principal at York High School. Dr. Butler.
Good evening, Dr. Shandor. FY23, YCSD adopted a new strategic plan to guide our work and set our students up for success. One of our key priorities, collective commitment, is that students, staff, families, and community members are invested in student outcomes and actively engaged in meaningful collaborative relationships to support student success. At York High School, we set out to achieve this in a way that supported not only our current students, but also our future Falcons. Our seniors were able to demonstrate characteristics of future-ready graduates in the community while supporting the York Zone students and teachers. When they returned to YHS, the response was better than we could have ever imagined. The first Senior Day of Service was held this past October during the first half of the school day when our 9th, 11th, and some of our 10th graders were taking the PSAT. This idea was born from an example set by a school in Georgia, and we decided to launch it this year at York. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Principal Courtney Smith-Copeland to share about the planning process and logistics of how we pulled off our first Senior Day of Service.
Good evening. Through collaboration with our other York Zone schools, we were able to identify areas of need and provide opportunities for our students to participate in community outreach while refining their own future-ready graduate skills. In preparation for this event, we consulted the strategic plan and worked on implementing Year 2 strategies to create positive experiences for all students by providing exemplary customer service in one of these 3 areas: teacher support, PBIS support, or academic support. We visited all senior English classes and explained the upcoming opportunity. We then created a Microsoft form and gave any senior that wanted to volunteer the opportunity to sign up and select a school and a focus area. We had 102 seniors sign up and participate in this activity. We reached out to admin at each York Zone school and communicated student interest and tasked them with assigning students within their own buildings. This service project aimed to offer meaningful engagement for high school, middle school, and elementary school students, catering to the unique needs of each site. Each student had their own takeaway from the event, but all were overwhelmingly positive. I'm now going to turn this presentation over to our 4 seniors to tell you about their experiences.
Hi, my name is Ramsey Pittman, and I am a proud Falcons senior. My classmates and I were excited about the opportunity to go to the elementary schools and the middle school when we signed up, but it was so much more than we expected. I was assigned to Seaford Elementary School, and when I arrived, I got paired with the kindergarten teacher. I met with the teacher before the students arrived, and we talked about the plan for the morning and what I was going to be responsible for. Once the students arrived, we had carpet time, and I got a chance to meet all of the students. For the next hour and a half, I worked one-on-one with different kids, helping them write both lower and uppercase letters using a whiteboard. They all got to roll the dice to pick a color, and we worked on writing their names. I loved seeing how excited they were when they got their name right, and you could tell how much they liked meeting older kids and working with us. This experience encouraged me to remain involved, and I am now part of the Mentorship Big Brother, Big Sister program with Yorktown Elementary, where we go twice a month to work with our buddies. Now I will pass to Jeremy so he can tell you about his visit to DARE.
Thank you, Ramsey. As she shared, my name is Jeremy Green, and I had the opportunity to go back to my elementary school and work at DARE Elementary. When the group of us got there, we were first tasked with helping create banners and signs for the PBIS pep rally later that day. We were able to create a lot of signs for the teachers before the students even got there. At arrival, we got to form tunnels and welcome all of the students to school as they got off the buses and drop-off line. I was then assigned to work with Miss Reams's class, which was really cool for me because Miss Reams was my first grade teacher. I read "Oh, the Places You Will Go" by Dr. Seuss to the class. My favorite part of the experience was seeing the kids' reactions to us being there and how happy they were for us to be there.
Good evening, my name is Cadence Washington, and I traveled about with 25 of my classmates to Yorktown Elementary School. When we got there, we were all assigned to our teachers for the day. I met with my teacher and we went over the lesson plan for the day, and then I got to work on a new bulletin board for the first grade hallway. About an hour later, the students arrived and we conducted their morning meeting. During that time, I read the book Verdi to the class, and then we got to discuss its message about being okay to grow up and that change can be a good thing. We then did our morning rotations, and I assisted at different tables. I was so impressed with the kids and their independence, respect, and honesty when they needed help. I will be going to college next year to study to be a pediatric dentist, and I think this opportunity helped me solidify my choice in working with kids. I was sad to leave when I had to, but I was able to go back to DARE Elementary School and help with their PBIS pep rally that day. I was able to talk to the kids about being a role model and being respectful. Mitchell's going to come up and share more about that part of our day. Thank you.
As Cadence said, my name is Mitchell Jones, and I am the commanding officer of the York High NJROTC. I, along with several other school leaders, got to go back to DARE on Senior Day of Service to speak to the students about being positive role models. We talked to them about service and serving others and how one nice thing a day can make a difference. In NJRTC, our mission is about serving the community, and this experience is what it's all about for us. I love interacting with the kids and talking about my own personal experiences and how what they do now can lead to rewards in the future. I really enjoyed talking with the students of DARE about how much they have to look forward to in the future as Falcons. As we leave York, the senior class wants to leave our mark and wants to support the York Zone in any way we can. We are all really excited about the opportunity to serve our community one more time before we graduate on June 8th. I will turn it back over to Dr. Butler to share our plans moving forward. Thank you.
So as you heard from our students, the York Zone is a very special place, and we love giving our students as many opportunities as we can to not only grow themselves, but to help grow the next set of future graduates. As we continue to work with York Middle with cross-curricular lessons and Yorktown Elementary with our mentorship program, we have planned an entire Senior Day of Service during the week of graduation on June the 4th. Our graduating seniors will have the opportunity to sign up to volunteer at all 4 of our zone schools for the day, as well as some local organizations and charities to leave a final mark on the community. At York, we have a collective commitment to our students and our entire Falcon community. Thank you very much, and we will take any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, I'll start. Would you make this program, how you've set it up, would you make it available to the other high schools in YCSD?
Absolutely. In fact, the PSAT, we had always planned to do this one coming up in June. The PSAT was a last minute kind of, what are we going to do with all the seniors that's rewarding? We're like, let's try it now. So they've already reached out to me, and we are going to share all that information and hopefully start the trend.
There you go. Well, as you know, Bruton would do great with this, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Just a comment, great program, I love it. From the other ones, I know you talked about pediatric dentistry. Anybody looking at teaching?
We actually did, a couple of the comments you got, we had some boys, some big tough boys get off the bus, and the first thing they said is, what I got to do to be a teacher?
There you
So
go.
it was
Good job.
really rewarding.
Excellent program, thank you.
That's really nice. I know as a former classroom teacher, it was always helpful when I had high school students come in and read to students or help them with things that they were struggling with. So seeing that y'all are carrying that on is just wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
The board at this time will take a short recess that'll allow some photographs with tonight's recipients, as well as to do a changing of the guard of the seats. I know a lot of the students and their parents leave during this time, and some of the speakers who want to be in here, they will do that change. So we'll take a short recess. Thank you. We will now reconvene the meeting tonight. This time, the invocation, Mr. Mark Miller, a deacon serving at Yorktown Baptist Church, will share the invocation.
Dear Lord, thank you for your grace, your mercy, and your unconditional love. Lord, we ask your blessings on our community and help us to never forget those who lost their lives on the very ground where this building now stands, so that all future Americans might enjoy freedom, self-governance, and individual liberty. Lord, we ask your blessings on the men and women that serve on this board and their families, as well as all of the students that are subject to this board's actions. Give the members of this board wisdom to make the very best decisions in accordance with your will, and help them to be mindful that our schools and those who work in them are likely the students' first exposure to organized government. All of this we humbly ask in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. At this time, we have 2 items that were listed under unfinished business. However, I'm kind of surprised to see this on the agenda, because at the agenda creation meeting, we had discussed that it was going to be tabled because of, 1, since Mr. Payovich isn't here, and 2, that we were just starting to get information in. One is on the Virginia School Boards Association Policy Services, and the other one is on the school board clerk position. And we are still gathering that, so if I could have a motion to table.
Well, Madam Chair, I thought we had the board attorney, I thought had information on that.
I just got the information last night from the School Board Member Alliance to give to the members, and having it just one night, and not being able to review it before the meeting. And also, Mrs. Berry, we haven't gotten the information to review before a meeting to discuss, so.
But one of the issues is we're not getting any legal advice as of now because it's legal.
Yes, we are. Under the Virginia School Board Association, since we have overall board membership, From what I understand, the VSBA attorney, Ms. Ewing, is part of that overall membership. It is not necessarily connected to policy.
I can reach out to Ms. Ewing currently as VSBA members.
Right.
However, our policy services have been cut off as of the end of January. So right now, we have no access to any policies or updates.
Yes.
We currently, as SBMA members, we do have access to that policy. So if there's any policy-related issues, questions, we do, as members, have that access.
But that's part of the problem. I think that's part of the issue. We don't know what their background is in writing policy. They have legal, because the lady that runs this organizational is not a lawyer.
Okay, hang on just a minute. We don't have a motion on the floor.
No, we don't.
for
We're
di-
having some
for dis-
discussion.
For discussion.
It was
I've
on
asked
the
for
agenda.
a motion for these to be tabled so that we can gather the information and to discuss it at the next meeting.
All right, I'll make a motion to table so that we can discuss, sorry. I'll make a motion to table so we can discuss at the next meeting.
Specifically, which ones? You got?
The Virginia School Board Association Policy Services, so that we have all the information we need to move forward to make an informed decision, and also the school board clerk position, which I know at our last work session, I said we would wait until after we got through rezoning and the budget before we even address that, because those were more important items.
All right, I will second that. Mrs. Ford, if you could take roll.
A motion was made by Mrs. Goodwin and seconded by Mrs. Fairman to table both of the discussion items, the Virginia School Board's policy and also the school board clerk discussion. Mr. Schaefer? No. Mr. Richardson?
No.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
Yes.
And I'd like to explain my vote. I'm okay with the tabling the board clerk for right now, because that's not a pressing issue. But the VSBA, I think, is a very pressing issue, just from meetings that I've been to. I'm actually the regional chair for VSBA, so it's kind of awkward that we haven't paid our dues to that organization.
No,
And
Mr. Richardson, in correction, we have our dues paid through the VSBA through, I believe, June.
Right, for
I think they come
policy
up in July for that. So motion has been made and seconded. I believe the ruling for this on ties, that if it is a tie vote with a member missing, the action is moved to the following meeting. And that's according to the Virginia School Law desk book here.
And Ms. Fairman, we do have a policy on that, and you are correct. So the motion to table will be pushed to the next meeting. But I would like to clarify the motion for how long to table, because we need to put like a date. So is there a motion, is this motion to table the VSBA to the next regular meeting? And is the motion for the clerk, is that to a certain time or date?
I'm okay with tabling it to our next work session, because that's only in 2 weeks. And I think it's more reasonable than dragging it out 4 weeks. The school board clerk position, I would say we wait until like April to revisit that. That way we're through budget and we're through rezoning, because those are the two big things right now, and we don't need to address that right now.
So the motion to table will be brought up at the work session along with the VSBA
Yes.
discussion.
Yes.
So both motions would go.
Both
May I make
motions.
a comment? My only comment would be, Ms. Fairman, to your comment at the very beginning of this, where you said you were surprised to see these two agenda topics on here. I had 3 staff members that sat with you in a room and we met, and these 2 items were on there.
Okay, Dr.
The agenda,
Dr.
may I finish?
Yes.
We met last Monday. The agenda was discussed, reviewed for over an hour, and then Ms. Ford posted the agenda on Wednesday. So what I would request would be, if there's an error on the schedule, please contact either myself or the board clerk so we could amend the agenda so it doesn't even
Right.
get on here.
Duly noted.
Well,
I
we
appreciate that.
We also spoke on the phone and discussed about the VSBA, and you said it was on for discussion when we spoke on the phone. Because I was concerned about us, you don't remember our speak on the phone?
No, not particularly that one.
I remember it.
Okay. Mr. Richardson, we need to move on because this is already tabled.
We'll move on.
Thank you. Thank you. The next is presentations, the ESSER III update. I believe Dr. Shandor has comments on this.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fairman. Dr. Vika Stevenson is going to come to the podium. She's our grant coordinator writer, and she's going to present ESSER III update. We do this every 6 months. It's a requirement. So thank you for being here this evening, Dr. Stevenson.
My pleasure, Dr. Shandor. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Shandor. Since August 2021, I have provided the board and the YCSD community a brief biannual update on the division's American Rescue Plan Act ESSER III plan. Tonight, I do have the pleasure of sharing an update with the purpose of highlighting final year expenditures as this grant will officially reach its closeout on September 30th. So the purpose of the 3-year ESSER III fund is to help safely reopen and sustain safe operations of schools and address the impacts of COVID-19 on the nation's students by supporting students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs. In my next few slides, I'll provide you a brief update on the implementation of our ESSER III plan that outlines a few changes within the budget, as well as a few highlights from the FY24 academic year. As background, YCSD was awarded over $5.2 million in ESSER III funds in 2021 as part of a 3-year grant program to address the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. In summer 2021, school divisions were required to seek and take stakeholder input into account when we developed our initial ESSER III plan. When developing the plan, a minimum of 20% of the total award amount was to be allocated to address specific areas of unfinished learning. Additionally, we are required to maintain the plan and keep it posted on the division website for the life of the grant. The ESSER III plan consists of 3 categories. The first category is the Addressing Unfinished Learning category, which requires that at least 20% of the total grant award be allocated to address the academic impact of lost instructional time through the implementation of evidence-based interventions. That second category is the Other Uses of Funds category, which includes all the other items that are not reserved directly to address unfinished learning, and that is intended to be a large part of the grant to be allocated to address areas of need as identified by the board and the YCSD community. The third category is the Prevention and Mitigation Strategies category, which may include the purchase of PPE and supplies, as well as other mitigation strategies as appropriate. Next, I'll share with you an update on our ESSER III plan. So since the inception of the ESSER III plan, or grant within 2021, the division has been diligent in utilizing these grant funds to support the goals of the grant and the needs of our school division. In this update, funds have been reallocated between categories to reflect a decreased need for funding or other funding measures to support those. Additionally, funding has been reallocated between categories to reflect current costs associated with grant funded staffing, as well as supports for our specialized populations. So please note that we far exceed the required 20% minimum to address areas of unfinished learning, and we currently have allocated about 40% of our total award to this category, and we've done a fantastic job in supporting our students' needs. So as we are in this last year of the ESSER III grant, our focus is on final spending and reimbursement per state and federal guidelines. As a reminder to the board, these funds are awarded on a one-time basis, and they are to be fully expended by September 30th, 2024. To date, we are on track with meeting this deadline. In my next slide, I will provide you a brief update on the division's spending plan. To track spending, we calculate the burn rate, or the percentage of the total award amount spent. To date, we have spent 89% of the awarded ESSER III funds. The remaining 11% is allocated for FY24 purchases and is expected to be fully expended by September 30th, 2024. As I've shared in several of my previous updates, the ESSER III plan includes additional positions to address areas of unfinished learning, and provide necessary supports to our specialized populations. We were able to move the ACC position that was originally funded through the grant into our local budget this school year as part of our sustainability plan to continue providing this critical support to our schools. And in this final year, there are 5 positions that are grant funded through the end of FY24. We have our letters trainer and the 4 virtual instructional associate positions that are included in our final year of grant expenditures. And division staff will review these grant funded positions and determine the next steps for funding. In my next few slides, I'm very happy to share a few highlights of programs and supports that we were able to fund through our ESSER III grant in this last year. So the first highlight I'm pleased to share is that we have been able to utilize ESSER III funds to partner with the Dreamcatchers of Williamsburg to provide therapeutic services to students requiring such supports. Dreamcatchers is a therapeutic riding center where students experience equestrian therapy. Research has shown that therapeutic horseback riding reduces challenging behaviors and increases students' overall communication, social, and motor skills, which therefore improves overall confidence and self-efficacy. This year, we have 118 students participating in the Dreamcatchers program through York County School Division, and it has been extremely exciting for staff to witness the positive correlation between this therapeutic service and overall student outcomes. Our students really do look forward to attending these therapeutic sessions and connecting with the horses that they're assigned to ride each time that they visit, and so it's been an incredible experience for our students to take part in that this year. And another highlight I'd like to share is that since FY22, we've been able to utilize ESSER III funding to hire a full-time letters trainer who has trained, at this point, approximately 243 participants that include elementary, middle school, and special education staff members on implementing the science of reading that is supported by the Virginia Literacy Act. This year, we are pleased to share that we have about 65 participants that are completing this highly rigorous and engaging training, and we are really excited about the work that they have been able to do in classrooms for our students through their participation in this program. And the last highlight I want to share tonight is about family engagement. So this year, ESSER III funding has been utilized to support both building and division level family engagement activities. Schools were allocated funding based on per pupil calculations this year. And the goal of these family engagement activities is to promote partnerships among families, educators, and community partners for the purpose of supporting learning and development. So throughout the year, our schools have been working hard to plan and implement purposeful family engagement activities to meet this goal. Upcoming division-level family engagement events include our first annual Elementary STEM Challenge, which is taking place this Wednesday at the Grafton Complex, as well as the Open House and Resource Fair, which is slated for March 13th, just to name a few of those events. So following this presentation, the ESSER III plan reflecting tonight's updates will be posted on our division's website, and we will continue implementing the plan through September 30th, 2024 as organized. And in August, I have the pleasure of providing you the final update on our spending with information on our grant closeout procedures. At this time, I'm pleased to answer any questions that you may have related to the updates on our division's ESSER III plan.
Okay. I got a couple comments on it. As far as the unfinished learning, we were like double what the minimum was. And I got hammered in 2 emails about 88% literacy rate. Oh, how terrible that is, except we're in the top 5% in the state. And it's one of the highest that we've been, and it's simply because of the money that we spent on unfinished learning. Also, could letters training, maybe it might be Candy's question, I don't know. Could letters training be done in-house?
Dr. Skinner.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Dr. Skinner.
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. And so we are currently looking at our funding, and we shared a few things with the board at the work session where we intend to look at literacy coaches that may be able to help fulfill that in the future, because we certainly know that it's been very beneficial to our staff. With the help of Virginia Department of Education, who's also going to be providing some of that training now. We were just a couple of years ahead of the Virginia Department of Education.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens.
All right, now we come to the public participation of the board meetings. We actually have 3 different opportunities to speak. The first one is for comments relating specifically to the public hearing on the operating budget. Make sure I've got the right cards here for this. The other one is dealing with the attendance zone adjustments, and the last one is for general topics. Do we have a presentation regarding the budget before we take the comments on the budget?
Yes, Ms. Fairman, I just have
Thank
a
you.
little bit of information, and then Mr. Bowman's going to share just a couple slides.
Sure, thank you very much.
So tonight, the board is conducting a public hearing on the proposed budget. Some highlights include in my budget proposal are the operating budget totals roughly $192.5 million, or 3.8% more. The approved FY24 budget. However, when considering all funds, that's workers' comp, health and dental, food service, and our tech reserve fund, the total budget's about $235 million. The budget includes a $7 million or 6.9% increase in state revenue, and a $2.35 million or 3.7% increase in the county contribution. And if you recall, board members, that's the working number that we use with the county for this year. The FY25 proposed budget is based on a projected student membership of 12,966 students. This is an increase of 85 students over the FY24 student membership. On the expenditure side, my recommendations regarding the FY25 budget focus on 5 main budget priorities: highly effective talent, collective commitment, future-ready graduates, supportive culture, and safety and operations. This budget includes $4.4 million in savings, which comes from the VRS rate reduction, staff attrition, and the elimination and repurposing of 26.2 vacant positions, which will be used to assist in funding the 5 budget priorities. Just a reminder, my budget was based on Governor Youngkin's proposed budget. The General Assembly is still in session, so at this time I'll ask Mr. Bowen, our Chief Financial Officer, to come forward. He's going to provide us with an update. Mr. Bowen?
Thank you, Dr. Shandor. Madam Chair, members of the board. Before I get to the budget update, there's one other update I want to provide you with. In Friday notes, I alerted the board to an error in our budget document. It just so happens on the board services account, we added a position. It was the school board attorney after the budget process last year. The FTE got posted in FY24. However, the funds did not get transferred to that account. That was overlooked, and that will be added in the document that you will approve at the end of March. Now,
Mr. Bowen, I'm just going to ask if you can move just a hair closer to the microphone.
Yes.
You must have grew over the weekend.
The second update this evening is related to the presentation. And this is just a comparison of the governor's, Senate, and House versions of the budget. We started the process with the governor's budget, where the governor's budget provided us $106.9 million. There was an adjustment to the Virginia Preschool Initiative. We did this because we saw a significant increase in funding in all 3 budgets related to the VPI program. However, the enrollment that they used to base this funding on for the school division is much higher than our actual enrollment. They based it on 176 students, and last year we had between 50 and 60. So there's a lot of revenue that we will not collect from this line item, so we're backing that out. So for the total, it was $106.4 million for the governor's budget. On the Senate side, when adjusted for the VPI, it's $112 million, so that's $5.6 million more. Now, there were some significant changes or additions to the Senate budget. There was the elimination of the 1% bonus and adding a 3% compensation adjustment for SOQ funded positions. There's removing the cap on support positions, significantly increasing the at-risk funding, providing supplemental funding due to the loss of sales tax on groceries. This was hold harmless funding that the state provided for the past 2 years. It was going away this year, but the Senate has included that for another year. And then expanding the sales tax base is what the Senate's adding, so that adds additional revenue to us. Now, on the House side, we're actually seeing less than what we're seeing in the governor's budget. So it's $105.4 million, $1 million less. And I will say that historically, we typically don't see less in the House side than what we've seen on the governor's side. Typically, you start off with the governor's budget, and in a good economy, and we're still in a robust economy, we'll see the Senate much higher, and we'll see the House kind of in between. But in this case, we're seeing less on the House side, so we'll have to see how that translates as the General Assembly completes its session. And just to talk about our next steps. So this is where the real work begins here in the next 2 weeks. General Assembly will assign conferees from both the House and the Senate, and they will reconcile the final state budget. That session is scheduled to end on March 9th, which is a week from Saturday. Once that happens, we will have a school board work session on Monday the 11th, and hopefully we'll have some information to share with you about what came out as a final budget from the General Assembly. Then the school board will adopt a budget on March 25th. And then on April 8th is the last day for the governor to take action on the General Assembly's budget. So he can add amendments or he can veto line items in that budget. And then the General Assembly reconvenes April 17th through the 24th to address the governor's vetoes and amendments. And if all works out well, we will have a budget for you, bringing additional changes at the May 20th session, business meeting. And those are my comments for this evening.
That's it. All right, at this time, we're going to have community comments that were specifically for the fiscal year 25 operating budget. And just to remind people, when you come up and state your name, we have eliminated stating your street address. We ask you to give the city and the district so that each one of us knows, which district where you reside. In addition, make sure your public comment is germane to the topic. So this one is specifically for the operating budget. And the school board expects each speaker to be courteous, modeling for our students how to respectfully disagree with others' views. We ask that speakers address their comments to the entire school board. However, with that, in April of 2016, the Attorney General made a decision on law that it is against your First Amendment rights to be told that you cannot speak to any particular person on the school board or any of the staff. You can say their name, but once again, please make sure that you use decorum and kindness and understanding that different people have different opinions on that. Each speaker will be speaking for up to 3 minutes. A timer is visible to the speakers from the podium, and speakers will need to conclude their remarks when the red light comes on. And the timing will start as soon as you state your name, your city, and your district. The first one for the operating budget is Suzanne Hagedorn. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Ms. Fairman, you need to open the public hearing.
Oh, whoops. My mistake. Public comments are open.
Hi, it's Hagedorn. My name is Suzanne Hagedorn. I live in District 1 in Williamsburg, but it's District 1, and I am the mother of a York County School Division middle schooler. I'll begin with 2 words: fiscal responsibility. That was part of the platform that 3 new board members, Mrs. Fairman, Mrs. Goodwin, and Mr. Pajovich, proclaimed when running for office last fall. Yet earlier this month, a couple of you suggested that the most important item to be added to the budget of the York County School Division is a salary for a board clerk to serve you, not the students or teachers of this district. Now, Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Richardson did publicly disagree. But what would this individual do? At the last work session, Mrs. Fairman and Mrs. Goodman said it was necessary to have such an individual employed at the expense of York County taxpayers to do research for you all, but struggled to specify just what that research might be. What kind of research would such an individual do that could not be done by a current employee of the school division? You couldn't or wouldn't say so in public, but I'll say the quiet part aloud. The kind of research that would undermine our superintendent and perhaps research on how to fire him or terminate his contract, because before the election, 3 of you new school board members went on a concern conservative podcasts and publicly stated your interest in doing so, though Mrs. Fairman backpedaled at the last school board work session and said she didn't really mean that at all. Or perhaps you just want an underling so you can delegate the task of answering the torrent of emails you've been receiving. Or maybe in the case of Mrs. Fairman and Mrs. Goodwin, you need this person to scrub your previous social media history. The fact is, some of you have made the job harder for yourselves by your own bad behavior and poor decisions. If you're so overwhelmed with the tsunami of bad feedback you've already gotten, then the solution is not to hire a clerk to do your work for you. It's to stop engaging in destructive behaviors that get parents, teachers, and employees all riled up and that cause us to lose faith in the competence of the board. If your stipends aren't enough or you don't have time to do the work, then do us taxpayers a favor and step down now. I think I speak for many parents and voters when I say there are far more important line items that actually support students and teachers in YCSD classrooms, like a paraeducator or another bus driver spring to mind. The fact that those who wanted it couldn't point at a single line item to cut in favor of the clerk show that you didn't do your homework or that you're following a script laid out in a recent Virginia School Board Member Alliance newsletter. Basically, in sum, the proposed board clerk is not fiscal responsibility, it's fiscal stupidity.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with the decorum in the room, because we're limited on time, there is no applause or cheering or anything else. What you can do is you can do the silent applause to let everybody know. You can let them know that, but we do not have time for all the speaking. Now, Ms. Ashley Smith.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Smith. I reside in District 3. Good evening, Dr. Shandor, members of the board. First, thank you for the adjustments to staff compensation that are reflected in the superintendent's proposed fiscal year 25 budget. Recognizing that there are limitations to YCSD's budget process as we await the final budget from the General Assembly, I want to encourage staff and the board to continue to push for two vital items: compensation that meets the reality of living in York County and the surrounding areas, and a fully staffed special education team at each building. Speaking to the first, while we would all like to imagine that our staff is comfortably compensated, the reality is that there are employees in our division right now who cannot afford to live on the peninsula. Yet we are the number 3 school division in the state. All of our staff contribute to this recognition, and that should be reflected in their pay. We have often heard about Virginia's academic prowess despite our compensation being below the national average. Let us continue to be a leader in the Commonwealth by bucking this trend. Second, please do all that you can to ensure every school has a fully staffed special education team. This includes special education teachers, paraeducators, behavior support specialists, and especially lead special education teachers. While there have been shortages in this area for some time, it remains imperative that YCSD shows its commitment to these positions. Lead special education teachers at middle school and elementary are most effective when they do not have a caseload. This can only happen when we have fully staffed teams. Without paraeducators, student testing accommodations are delayed or stretched so thin that they become ineffective. Without this staff, small groups grow and no longer support students as intended. I know our school division has a strong commitment to our students with disabilities, such as mine, and I ask that we strengthen that commitment with funding that accurately reflects our need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on the budget is Carol Bauer. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Shandor, senior staff. My name is Carol Bauer, and I'm a member of the York Education Association, representing York County employees in all job categories. I reside in District 4. In November, the YEA spoke to the school board and shared ideas and proposals with Dr. Shandor about the upcoming budget. I want to thank Mr. Bowen and his staff for their work on the superintendent's proposed budget for the 24-25 school year and for considering the YEA's proposals. There are always uncertainties when dealing with the governor's and the General Assembly's funding proposals. It is rewarding to see that the Virginia state budget proposals include compensation increase for educators, but what is not in the General Assembly budget is removal of the cap on the support staff. This means that there is little to no state funding for many of the YCSD employees who are instrumental in making schools successful. The YA would like to thank the YCSD for recognizing the need to increase compensation for our education support staff, including bus drivers, custodians, secretarial, cafeteria workers, and paras. We acknowledge the superintendent's budget must find local funding for many of our support staff, but they need more. As YA shared in November, these dedicated staff members can make more at Target than they do with YCSD. They are professionals who support our students in a wide variety of ways. Bus drivers are the first face students see in the morning, and they genuinely care for our students. Listen to the bus drivers to improve their routes and to meet the needs of the students who should not be on a bus for an extended length of time. The proposed budget does not increase the number of para positions to support our students. There is a reduction in the positions, even though our schools are successful in large part due to the paras who provide individual supports to our students. Any elimination of para positions impacts our students. Significantly increasing compensation for the custodial staff will attract additional staff. We are understaffed for custodians. We have custodial staff who have worked through YCSD through the pandemic and for many other difficult situations, and they deserve recognition for their work and the dedication with increased compensation. In reviewing the proposed budget, YA is thankful for the inclusion of additional behavioral supports for our students. These supports are critical as we come to the end of ESSER funding, and it will be increasingly important to find money in the budget to continue the supports we know have helped our students. In the proposal the YEA presented, we also encourage professional treatment of all employees, and that includes professionalism for the school board, collaboration, and prioritizing student needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I really don't want to have to remove people from the room, but if you continue applauding, that will use the time, and I will ask for those people to leave. I really don't want to do that. That ends the time for the public hearing on the operating budget. At this time, we have a public hearing on the proposed attendance zone adjustments. Dr. Shandor.
Yes, just a few brief comments. Board members, as you recall, Dr. Jim Carroll, make sure my microphone was on, sorry. Dr. Jim Carroll, our Chief Operations Officer, shared information on this topic at our February 12th special meeting and work session, and we had ArcBridge Consulting. They presented their recommendations as well. This evening's public hearing is an opportunity to receive additional feedback from our families and citizens. Moving forward in March, we will have continued board discussion, and we plan to have a consideration for board approval by March 25th. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I open for the public speaking on the attendance zone adjustments. Diane, is it Brynildson?
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Shandor, Madam Chair. I'm Diane Brynildson, a resident and parent from District 5 in Woodlake Crossing neighborhood. I'm here to express my perspective on the elementary school rezoning, as your decision could significantly impact my children. I have 3 children, a 6th grader in Tabb Middle School, a 3rd grader at Mount Vernon Elementary, and an incoming kindergartner this fall. As you can imagine, I have a vested interest in the outcome of the rezoning. I would like to show my support of the stakeholder committee and consulting firm's recommendation and find Plan E to be the most favorable option. Plan E for the lower county offers the least disruption. It avoids splitting neighborhoods between zones, maintains traditional feeder school pattern, and sets attendance area boundary lines along major highways. Our neighborhood would be impacted by the proposed changes in Plans B and D. Both options do not satisfy the guidelines provided by the school division. Plan B has Woodlake Crossing moving to Coventry Elementary, which does not follow the traditional feeder school pattern and does not align with boundary lines as it is on the other side of Hampton Highway 134. Plan D is also not ideal as it splits our neighborhood into 2 elementary schools. Both Plan B and Plan D pose unnecessary disruption to the students in our neighborhood since there are no capacity issues or concerns at Mount Vernon Elementary now and in the near future. I strongly encourage the school board to heed the recommendation of the stakeholder committee and the consulting firm and to support Plan E specifically for the lower county. I truly appreciate the work that you do to make our schools the best they could be for our children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. At this time, since we only had one speaking for the zoning public speaking comment time is finished. Now, the next one, again, is public participation for comments of citizen. These are general comments. Now, I'd like to read from the policy sheet. Once again, you'll be saying your name, your district, and the city. What's interesting here is that the chair will impose a time limit of 3 minutes. That's actually in the policy that your maximum time is 3 minutes, with no more than 30 minutes allocated for comments of community members. This 30-minute period may be extended at the chair's discretion. This evening, because there are so many, I will extend it to 1 hour, but we have so many so much information on the agenda tonight, dealing with different things, that I'm not going to extend it beyond the 1 hour. So once again, if you can keep track of not applauding and using that time, we'll be able to get more people in to speak. If you don't get to speak, you're more than willing, if you have a written speech, you can leave a copy with Mrs. Ford, the superintendent secretary, and the board clerk, and she we'll have her make copies of those for us, for each of the board members to read afterwards. Number one.
Well, before we start, go ahead, Jimmy.
Wait a minute. Should we recognize?
Policy, if the board chair cuts off the speaking, then after that, they can pull their cards and they can speak at the end of the meeting.
Well, looking at this, what the policy says, community members who do not sign up to address the board prior to the beginning of the business portion of the meeting will be given an opportunity to speak at the end of the board's meeting agenda. So with that statement there, the people who have already signed up, they don't fall into that. Now, what they could do is they could withdraw their cards, and if they want to stay afterwards and speak at the very end of the meeting, they can. We just have so much business that we need to attend to that I'm already extending it beyond.
Well,
And
that's what I'm
the
saying.
chair's discretion.
So they can pull their cards if you cut it off at an hour and they're still
Right.
ready to speak. They can just say, I want to pull my card and speak after. Right?
Yeah, what I can do is I will give those to Mrs. Ford, and if you want to stay after the entire agenda is finished, and that includes the closed meeting that we have afterwards. Number one.
Madam Chair, it wouldn't include the closed session, that would be after the
Oh,
public
the closed session comes after, thank you.
Thank you.
Number one.
I was going to make a comment that when we took our oath of office, we were sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States. And that includes the First Amendment, which has free speech, and it also, the
Right.
Fourth Amendment, which provides redress of grievances to the government. And
Mr. Schaefer, I'm following the board
understand.
policy
It's
here,
up
and
to
we need to be
yours.
moving on. Yes, and it
Okay,
is the chair's discretion.
So you're cutting me off now?
Thank you. We need to be moving along, Mr. Schaefer.
Well, I mean,
Board decorum, I thought.
Yeah.
I mean,
Trying to
we
do.
we can argue this, but it's using up the time for people to speak, and then at the end of the meeting, they would have time to speak afterwards.
well, then how about this? I make a motion that we include everybody that came to speak, which we have always done in the past. We've heard everybody, even back during COVID with all the masks and CRT problems and all that good stuff. We listened to everybody, and I think we shouldn't stop that now.
We can listen to everybody, but what we should do is follow policy, that I'll extend it for an hour, then we'll go through the agenda, and those people who want to stay after that, they can still speak at the end if they withdraw their cards.
I second Mr. Schaefer's motion to listen to them all at the same time.
All right, a motion has been moved and seconded to hear all of them at the same time, which there are
We're going to be here anyway.
There are 51, so 51 multiplied by 3 minutes. So,
We're going to be
yeah,
here
we're
anyway.
probably going to hear them anyway. All right, the motion has been moved and seconded to hear all of them at one time. Mrs. Ford?
A motion was made by Mr. Schaefer and seconded by Mr. Richardson to hear all of the public comments at one time. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
No.
The motion did pass 3-1. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, the first one is Laura San Lorenzo. And once again, I remind the audience on decorum to not use time with applauding. Thank you. Oh, and it is open for the general participation.
Laura San Lorenzo. I live in the Tab Zone. Good evening, board members and Dr. Shandor. My name is Laura. I have served as a Yorktown middle school teacher for 12 years and have been working as a YCSD school counselor for the last 6 years at both the middle and elementary levels. I watched the February 12th work session with disbelief and sadness. Mrs. Fairman was questioned about encouraging a posse of people to attend the Family Life Education Night information session and videotape school counselors. She admitted she was wrong and stated she wrote personal letters of apologies to these 4 counselors, only one of whom has received it as of this date. As someone who is tasked to do this, presenting the Family Life curriculum to parents and families these days is one of the more daunting job responsibilities that elementary school counselors must perform. Often families come in with preconceived notions about what message and information we will be teaching. Parents are often on the offense before they even see the materials and resources. Although we begin each presentation with an explanation of how the curriculum was developed, it's developed with stakeholders such as members of the VDOE, school division professionals, as well as parents. My experience has been that parents want to ask us why we teach what we teach. At this year's presentation, I had to explain to families that, as school counselors, we must have every lesson plan and book that we read or present to children approved at the school board administration level by the Director of K-12 Curriculum and Instruction. So families should rest assured that there are no rogue counselors going into classrooms with their own personal or political agendas. It would be comforting if our school board members acted in the same way. And Mrs. Goodwin's defense that no laws or rules were broken is an extremely low threshold for board member behavior. At last week's work session, Mr. Schaefer proposed replacing Mrs. Fairman with Mr. Richardson for the benefit of his experience as a school board member and his judicious temperament. Mrs. Fairman wasn't elected by the community stakeholders to be the board chair. She was elected by her faction, Mrs. Goodwin and Mr. Pajovic. The fact that she refused to step down despite a legitimate concern indicates that she is more interested in pushing through her agenda than concerned for the effective functioning of the board and service to our school division and community. In my role as a classroom teacher, I did have a telling interaction with Mrs. Fairman. She served as a homebound teacher for one of my middle school history students. She took offense at one of my test questions that came directly from the VDOE SOL Essential Knowledge website. The question asked students to identify Senator Joseph McCarthy as a name associated with anti-communist hysteria in the 1950s. Mrs. Fairman took offense to the word hysteria because she had a family member that worked in anti-espionage, and she felt strongly that it wasn't hysteria but grounded in fact. I bring this example up as a good indicator of how Mrs. Fairman is unable to discern the source of an issue. Badgering a teacher about her use of a test question that comes directly from the standards of learning and was in fact a released SOL test question shows a serious lack of understanding of process and protocol, just as is sending a militia group to bully and intimidate school counselors who are striving for transparency regarding family life curriculum that they didn't write. Please remember that you are modeling positive social resolving conflicts, okay? Yes, ma'am.
And once again, folks, decorum so that you're not using extra time. Mr. Gary Porter.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I think everybody in Hampton Roads knows my name by now, but I'll repeat it for Mrs. Ford's timing. I'm Gary Porter, and I live in District 2. I need to start by apologizing for my ill-conceived FOIA request. With 20/20 hindsight, it is easy to see how that innocent request, from my perspective, could be and was misinterpreted. I had no ulterior motive or ill intent. It was simply a request I thought would save me some time in getting to know who had spoken that night, not just their names, but who they were as individuals. I'll be happy to stay after the meeting if anyone has further questions about this. The policy change that this precipitated was long overdue anyway. I've been speaking to this board for 2 years, and nearly every time it has been to warn the board of disturbing trends I noticed in public education across the country. On the 22nd of August, 2022, I spoke of the epidemic of gender dysphoria occurring among public school kids, a trend that is literally killing some of them. And I wondered aloud whether the public school system might be doing something, even if inadvertently, to encourage this epidemic. A reported 600% increase in gender dysphoria in one city simply does not occur in a vacuum. I closed my remarks that August evening with an intemperate remark about tearing the system down and starting over again, a remark I truly regret. It was long on bravado and short on wisdom, and I expressed a view that I no longer hold these 2 years later. I'm no enemy of public education. Like I hope everyone in this room tonight, I want YCSD to be the best it can be. Teaching the rising generation to be productive and responsible citizens. Our republic simply cannot be sustained without an educated citizenry. The founders of this country knew this and said it in their writings. I have a Virginia teaching certificate, a master's in education, and I actually substituted here in York County in the early 90s when I was considering teaching as my post-military career. If there had been an opening in a biology high school position, the last 30 years would have been definitely different. I came to the conclusion recently that my quite varied background, from flying in combat to flying for Pan Am to teaching computer security to reenacting James Madison, might be of interest to the students of YCSD, and so I applied once again to substitute teach. Last Tuesday, I had a wonderful screening interview with Assistant Principal Sherry Vandegrift and Angeli Daniels-Nieves from HR. I was quite impressed with both ladies, and particularly by the passion that Mrs. Vandegrift exhibited for her students in school. We found we had some common connections in our lives and shared a great conversation. I think the substitute teaching intake program is much improved over 30 years ago. There are other topics I wanted to discuss tonight, other conversations I think we must have. But I'm learning in my advancing years that sometimes discretion is the order of the day. So another time, perhaps. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Let's see. Gina Stevens.
Hi, I'm Gina Stevens. I am in District 3 in Seaford. Thank you to our 3 new board members for doing what most people in York County would never do, run for office. You are commendable individuals, undeserving of the hatred encountered by the public and others. This is why the public views politics as dirty. I'd like to correct some misconceptions from the last board meeting. The Code of Virginia does not mandate school board races be apolitical. The law only requires candidates to gather voter signatures and appear on the ballot without party affiliation. You did nothing illegal, immoral, or unethical in accepting donations from Republican or conservative groups. The Virginia Democratic Party and affiliates spent over $240,000 to elect 12 Fairfax County School Board candidates. That's at $20,000 each, and $110,000 on 5 Loudoun County candidates at $22,000 each. This information is available on vpap.org if you would like to look it up. Your $300 from the YCRC pales in comparison. The Dems also have put out sample ballots on the web, making sure to point out their Democratic candidates. Your victories were not the result of some minimal contributions from a political party. You won by going door to door. You won listening to constituents. You won sharing your goals for YCSD. You won because your district wanted change. Change seems to frighten some people, but sometimes it's simply necessary. Stay focused on doing your best as God guides you in serving the school kids of this county. The superintendent needs a chaperone in the room to talk to the board chair. What kind of nonsense is that? You make $272,000 a year with a benefits package, a ridiculous benefit package of $400,000 a year. That should be enough for you to get your job done without all the shenanigans. And another thing, I wrote a letter to all 5 of you board members, and at the bottom of it, I asked for it not to be put on the Let's Talk. You, Mr. Richardson, sent it to the attorney, and the attorney put it on the Let's Talk. That's a violation of my rights, and I don't appreciate it. There.
No applause. Next speaker is Heather Steinmiller.
Good evening, everyone. I live in District 4. My 2 kids graduated from York County Schools, and I was a division employee for 17 years. As a York County resident and community member, I followed the latest activities of the school board with some trepidation. Quoting George Washington, "If men are to be precluded from offering their sentiments on a matter, the freedom of speech may be taken away, and dumb and silent, we may be led like lambs to the slaughter." I'm speaking tonight on behalf of teachers because of their fear of reprisal. Demanding the names of anonymous individuals who express concern over the actions of the York-Poquoson Community Mission is bullying, plain and simple. One is only to look back at history to see the disastrous results of suppressing free speech. Teaching is not 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Teachers don't go home at the same time every day to cook dinner, relax, and watch TV. Nor is it simply plunking students in front of an electronic device. No, they are coaches, club sponsors, de facto counselors. They spend hours exerting themselves creating engaging lesson plans, plans that require adapting at a moment's notice over and above the differentiation they've already built in. Teachers genuinely care about each and every kid that walks through that door. This constant dedication does take a toll. Having to contend with outside threats only further adds to their daily anxiety. It's time for school leadership to step up and address the toxic atmosphere that threatens to drown their already struggling teachers. It's time for school leadership to consistently model the positive behavior they want to see in their schools. It's time for school leadership to prove they have student welfare at the forefront, and by extension, that they have their teachers' backs. To that end, let teachers do what they do best: teach. Their years of education and extensive training more than adequately have prepared them. Let them teach without Big Brother looming over their shoulder. Let them teach students how to think, not what to think. Students need to be able to gather and analyze data from multiple sources and then use objective judgment to formulate their views. John chapter 8, verses 7 to 11. Jesus said, "He among you without sin, let him cast the first stone. Also, judge not, lest ye be judged." It's okay to disagree. Not everyone shares the same beliefs. But it is not okay to penalize and intimidate those that disagree with you. We are all climbing the same mountain. We're just taking different paths to the summit.
Thank you. The next speaker I have, it just says Tom, District 5.
Excuse me, can I add one thing, just to potentially expedite this?
Yes.
Maybe
Yeah,
potentially ask for 5
five.
names in a row?
Yeah, 5 names in a row,
And then
yeah.
once those go, we can have 5 names.
I was thinking the same thing.
Sorry, I just thought that might speed up.
That's all right. The ones to be ready are Sandra Tuminello, Donald Streeter, Teresa Van Ness, Jennifer Register, and Madeline Barley. What you can do is line up behind. Right. Tom, if you could please.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, YCSB Court members, and Dr. Shandor. My name is Tom Jett. I'm a resident of 5th District in York County. I'm a parent of 2 adult young girls who both graduated from Tabb High School. I'm a retired military officer, served over 22 years, been a defense contractor for going on 16 years now. I've talked to a lot of different people. I've never talked at a school board meeting or any kind of political event or like this. I was moved to do so, though, after attending the 29th of January meeting, and even more motivated after the February meeting, watching it on closed circuit TV. I couldn't understand why some board members were throwing labels around like toxic, train wreck. I read the Wavy TV coverage of this, still didn't cover it. Whoever's over here can just calm down. But I couldn't understand why, after only 26 days of being on the board at the February meeting, roughly, words like that were being tossed around. The board had barely had a chance to get seated, and now there were these vitriolic attacks coming out. So it was evident something was afoot, and I was wondering who is really making the situation toxic. I'd like to remind everybody we had a fair and open election in November. All 3 board members were hard campaigners. They won their seats fair and square. They spoke to countless people. They knocked on hundreds and hundreds of doors. They won the votes of their constituents. They turned out and won by sizable majorities of between 5.7 and 24%. They're all good people. I know all of them. Running for public office takes guts, as has already been sort of alluded to tonight. None of us have done it, okay? So give them a chance. All 3 board members generally want to do the best for all of our kids. One of them is literally the embodiment of the American dream. Like many of you here, I care about York County and our public schools. I personally am concerned about our kids and whether their education is adequately preparing them for success in an uncertain future. We may come to this situation from different perspectives, but I'd like to ask everyone to just calm the heck down. Let the board members get their footing. Stop these personal, politically driven, counterproductive, and hyperbolic attacks. And I support the 3 new board members 100%.
Thank you. Sandra Tuminello is the next.
Hello, Madam Chairman, School Board, Dr. Shandor. I come as an educator, a retired math teacher, school counselor for over 30 years, grandparent of 2 York High School graduates who have done very well. I'm Sandra Tuminello from District 4. York County has spoken. Our new board has been elected. You were chosen because people liked what you had to say, the promises you gave, the spirit that you represented. And just remember, you can't please everyone all the time and still maintain the promises on your campaigns. So I hope everyone in the whole room will remember that. You promised town hall meetings open to all, offering opportunities for civilized discussion, problem solving, listening to each other, and no hidden agendas. You want competitive pay for our teachers so York County can have the very best teachers and the pay they deserve, and administrative support for teachers and support staff, and especially in the areas of discipline, which I've heard from several teachers who have retired or left the school system because it had gotten so bad. So we need to know that. I mean, we're the best, but yet it's slipped. Okay, when they want to help students develop and discover their new unique God-given skills and talents and graduate ready to enter the workforce in a field where they can excel. For the students to become law-abiding citizens, thoughtful, well-mannered, considerate, intellectually curious, academic achievers, critical thinkers, and prepared for success as adults. I hope everyone in this room will remember those adjectives. Appreciate the uniqueness of America because of our Constitution and biblical foundation. It's time for everyone to ignore the derogatory, divisive partial truths and outright lies that have been presented by social media and Wavy 10 News. Come, see, and think for yourself. Give this newly formed board a chance to demonstrate what they can accomplish. If you really want to be a problem solver, pray for each of these people, the school board members, Dr. Shandor, the students, the families. This county needs prayer and cooperation. And just one quick thing I want to say, that all the talk that I didn't even realize, we were in Cancun having a good time didn't know all this mess was going on. Got home and found out that some plant was sent to the family life parents meeting to take pictures, and they were sticking a camera in people's faces. I was the one there with the only one with the camera. And I can't even operate the thing. I had to get somebody to show me how to do it on my iPhone. And I ended up taking pictures of my purse because it was turned backwards.
Thank you, Mrs. Tuminello.
So give them a chance. Behave.
Teresa Van Ness.
Everybody.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Shandor. I'm Teresa Van Ness, proud retired counselor, counseling director at Tabb Middle School. I'm proud of two daughters who graduated from Tabb High, and I live in Yorktown, District 5. Ready for timing? I'm sure we can all agree we're living in unique times, contentious and vicious even. People always have had and will continue to have differing opinions. So how in the world did we get to this place in which those with differing opinions are to be targeted and labeled as the enemy? Viewing the most recent board meeting and local social media posts and TV headlines, we're seeing an ugly side to humanity, with efforts to dehumanize, demonize, discredit others by using exaggerations and untruths, by manipulating public opinion and recruiting others to join in the effort, to ostracize and isolate the targeted enemy. Our students would recognize this as intimidation and bullying. Members of the board, as well as other individuals under attack, are law-abiding, contributing citizens of our community who have served our nation as military members, educators, and business owners. They are human beings with a strong sense of responsibility to community, despite the risks involved in putting oneself out there. Agree with them or not, they are being vilified with a message of, we don't want to hear what you have to say, so sit down and be silent. Our children are hearing, seeing, and learning from what we do, and we all must do better. To all school board members, thank you for your courage and willingness to step up to this important role during these emotionally charged times, for asking questions when it certainly would be easier to nod your heads and agree with everything, for your efforts to define the separate roles of the superintendent and the board for an appropriate checks and balances, while also committing to a shared mission. To our superintendent and board members, what can be learned from the last few minutes of that last meeting? I think York County's better than that. Do we want intentional division and distraction to be the focus here in York County, to repeat behaviors seen nationally? Or can York County turn this into an opportunity to become a positive local example to our community by coming together and finding common ground? What will it require of each of you to work through and resolve personal feelings, to operate with integrity and honesty while thinking for yourselves, to clear the air with each other and seek a path for meaningful and productive dialogue? There are some contentious topics out there with some strong opposing viewpoints, but many students, staff, parents, educators, and community members have views that fall somewhere in between. How can we bring our community together so that all have a voice? Engaging in courageous conversation about the most polarizing topics will require sensitivity, open-mindedness, and sincere respect. It won't be easy. It will be uncomfortable at times. It will require a willingness to empathize and compromise. But I have confidence in all of you and all of us. Thank you.
Jennifer Register. Oops, and I'm sorry, it should be Don Streeter. Sorry, it got stuck. Sorry about that.
My name is Donald Streeter, District 5. I've never served as a school teacher. I have served as a classroom instructor, simulator instructor, and aircraft flight instructor pilot. I'd like to express appreciation for the fresh approach you're taking, particularly the transparency and getting questions out in the open so we all can know what is going on in our school system. And I would like to emphasize that I believe this, in the long run, will make our entire system better. Thank you.
Thank you, General Streeter. Jennifer Register.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jen Register, and I live in District 3, and I am not retired. And I have 2 children in the school system currently. The core values of YCSD are engagement, growth, innovation, integrity, and safety. As mentioned, the first core value is engagement, specifically collaborative relationships. Ms. Fairman made it abundantly clear at the last work session that she is only working for the portion of individuals that voted her into office. I do commend Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Richardson on your attempts to mediate this situation, but fear your efforts may be in vain. The next core value is growth. The new board has yet to discuss how to allocate resources in a manner that will best support growth for our students and staff. But Ms. Fairman and others seem very interested in utilizing school system resources to do the job they didn't fully understand the breadth of before running for office. I agree, Mr. Schaefer. I too have not heard anything come out of the meeting so far regarding what's good for our children, what's good for our parents, and what's good for the staff of YCSD. Next up, innovation. Ms. Fairman questions why students still need laptops and devices this far post-COVID. This question alone should show how incredibly out of touch she is with current educational methods. Fortunately for this core value, Ms. Fairman was the only one completely out of touch. Then we have integrity. Ms. Fairman has already stated that things she said during the campaign were just that, quote, when you're put on the spot during a campaign, those things happen. Hopefully the thousands of people that voted for her heard that comment. Also, Ms. Fairman mentioned very pointedly that she hand-wrote apology notes to the guidance counselors. However, she forgot to mention was that as of that work session and 1 month after the event itself, she had yet to mail them. And finally, safety. Between our guidance counselors feeling very unsafe and intimidated at the January meeting, as well as speakers from the last school board meeting, such as myself, feeling very unsafe due to the numerous FOIA requests from a supporter of the local militia, not to mention all the strife and dysfunction Ms. Fairman's led board have experienced in their short time as a board, leading to discussions on the need for taxpayer-paid mediation. This board has become a train wreck. And as a reminder, the core value we're discussing is safety. So just to be clear, train wrecks are not safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Madeline Barley walks up, the next people, Danelle Francis, Margaret Annette, Caitlin, is it Biebel, Corey Martin, and Carl Waller will be the next ones up on board. Ms. Barley?
Hello, school board members and Dr. Shander. My name is Madeline Barley, also not retired, also with kids currently in YCSD. I'm from District 3, and I appreciate being allowed to speak this evening. Ms. Fairman, Ms. Goodwin, you ran your campaign on promising for change, and I'd like to thank you for your commitment to bettering our schools. But I would like to suggest some changes that the YCSD parents are most concerned with. 1, make our teachers want to work here. There's no shortage of great teachers within YCSD, and it's imperative that we do not lose our excellent teachers due to salary concerns, toxic work environments, lack of support, or a fear for speaking up for our children's best interests. I fear there'll be a mass exodus of teachers and administrators if any premeditated plans of firing our delightful superintendent come forth. We can't sustain a national teacher shortage, and I can say that I, for one, cannot homeschool my children based on the COVID, schooling. I don't even know what the bossy R is or any of those things. Can't do it. 2, We want our children home at a reasonable hour. I implore you to fix our division's transportation system. The only solution is more drivers so that our children are not routinely double routed. My kids, if they were taking the bus in the evening, would be getting home at almost dark, 5 p.m. as one of the last stops in the neighborhood. Unless we pay our bus drivers more, a meaningful amount more than surrounding districts, it's not going to happen. Transportation is sick and tired of my emails, and bless their hearts, but they have to have more drivers, and to get more drivers, we have to pay them more. 3, we want our children to be safe. As I send 3 of my 4 babies to school every morning, I never let them leave without kissing them goodbye. Sandy Hook and many school shootings since left a permanent scar in our hearts. I plead with you to ensure our schools are equipped to handle the unthinkable, and with a local militia recruiting children as young as 16, we need to make it a priority. 4, we want our children to be in classrooms that are not overcrowded, especially our children in Title I schools, where classroom size is a pillar of success. Please work with the Board of Supervisors to prevent further developments unless a new elementary school is also built. The need is highest in the northern part of our county. Magruder and Yorktown Elementary cannot wait any longer to decompress. Please note that the original map drawn for redistricting, Plan A, does not sufficiently address that. A group of parents from every single elementary school, along with many principals, worked very hard and gave up many evenings with their families to find the best possible plan was Plan E, and I urge you to accept this proposal. Finally, we want our children to see adults treating each other with kindness and respect. We don't deserve the current lack of focus on our children, and I plead for you all to work as a team. In closing, I'd like to paraphrase a favorite artist of mine, O'Shea Jackson. You better chickadee-check yourself before you wreck our schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Danielle Francis?
Good evening. My name is Danielle Francis, District 2. I myself am a product of York County Schools, spouse to a York County teacher of 25 years, and my child, niece, and nephew are York County students. I am here to voice no confidence in Ms. Fairman's capacity to serve on our school board. Her behavior has been irresponsible and unprofessional at best. Our school board is no place for her to settle her personal scores. When Ms. Fairman was employed in our schools, students and parents described her as mean, unkind, cruel, and demeaning. So how can we now trust her to serve our school division? We cannot. Ms. Fairman spoke on a podcast about removing our superintendent and is now unable to meet with him individually. She misled voters about her true history in our schools and her motives. So how can we now trust her to serve our school division? We cannot. Ms. Fairman proposed removing student recognitions from board meetings for the sake of time, then designated time for prayers, where politically charged religious extremists led her and other board members in prayer. So how can we trust her when she has no commitment to actual school board responsibilities? We cannot. Ms. Fairman touts fiscal responsibility at the sacrifice of education, suggesting removal of school-issued devices, but then suggests funding a board-dedicated secretary, a position never before needed. So how can we trust her when she is focused on redirecting funds away from meaningful student access to learning to serve herself? We cannot. Ms. Fairman sent militia members to a school event, intimidating staff and families, then said she didn't know her friends were associated with a militia. So how can we trust her when either her integrity of character or basic competency is so lacking? We cannot. Ms. Fairman has sent egregiously unprofessional emails in her role as chair. She used language that would be grossly inappropriate in any professional context. So again, I ask, how can we trust her to serve our school division? We, the parents, staff, and students, the heart of York County School Division, cannot trust her. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Annette?
Good evening, Dr. Shandor, Madam Chair, and members of the board. My name is Maggie Annette, and I'm the junior class vice president at Tab High School. Although I'm not yet old enough to vote, I'm very eager to be able to practice my civic duty by getting a chance to speak tonight. I would like to start off by addressing the recent discussion of shortening the accent on academics and changing student recognition to be primarily an in-school recognition. When I was a 5th grader, I was honored to receive the Student Service Award. Mostly, though, it was extremely rewarding. It was an extremely rewarding experience to be able to get that award here. My teacher and family were able to attend, and it was a very special moment that I can still recall to this day. Additionally, getting to watch the seniors of the month from each school get recognized and getting to hear all of their accomplishments was something that was pretty inspiring to hear at 10 years old. That tradition of excellence of York County students, faculty, and volunteers is something that should be celebrated, not diminished. Second, I know a goal of the new school board members was to make sure that the tax dollars of York County residents go towards student success and classroom support. I would like to ask that we all remember this when it comes to proposing new positions for the division, such as the board clerk. Although the clerk would be beneficial to the board, I don't see how that would directly benefit students or faculty, which is the ultimate goal of the school board. Next, I would like to say that I have had some amazing teachers at Tab High School. So far in my junior year, my favorite thing about my classes is how my teachers have helped me shape my identity by providing me with some amazing different perspectives about topics. Something that has been emphasized onto students is that as long as we can use our resources to back something up, it's a valid point. Lastly, Dr. Shandor has had an extremely positive impact on the school division. The best thing about him is that his actions speak louder than his words. For example, this past Friday, we had a Unified Tigers basketball game at Tab, where special education students got the opportunity to play a basketball game in front of the whole school. Dr. Shandor told me he would be there, and he was. He took time out of his day to show that each and every student of this county matters to him. He not only makes a point to personally get to know faculty from YCSD, but the students too. He means a lot to us. I urge everyone sitting before me to put their differences aside and work together to achieve a common goal, which is to engage students so that they can make positive contributions to our world and provide teachers with the resources needed to make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Biebel.
Good evening, my name is Caitlin Biebel. I live in District 5. Tonight I would like to discuss the behavior of the new board members, specifically how it violates the YCSD handbook. In the handbook, it states that as students, we are required to not use technology to antagonize, bully, harass, or stalk people. Ms. Goodwin, on social media, you called Dr. Carroll and Dr. Shandor a piece of You also stated that you do not believe slaves were unhappy and asked for proof. This is ignorant and uneducated. Ms. Goodwin, your posts are cruel and immature. Our handbook defines bullying as aggressive and unwanted behavior intended to harm, intimidate, or humiliate. Mr. Payevich motioned to remove student recognition from meetings. Ms. Fairman, you ignored Mr. Richardson's concerns about board unity. Ms. Goodwin, you dismissed Mr. Schaefer's love for YCSD. All three of you publicly stated that you want to remove Dr. Shandor as superintendent. Dr. Shandor is adored and respected by the entire county for his interactions with students and simply being excellent at his job. He is also regularly seen in the school buildings interacting with students and teachers. Here is him at the Unified Tigers basketball game this past Friday. If us students are expected to abide by the handbook, then why is the board not required to do the same? Mr. Myatt would frequently visit the schools as well. Ms. Fairman, how many times have you been to any of the schools in your district? All of these are examples of aggressive and unwanted behavior. As students, we have the right to a safe and orderly environment. Ms. Fairman, by aligning with a militia and prioritizing your needs over the needs of the students, you have not provided us with a safe or orderly environment. The behavior you are showing is a threat to our safety and learning, and it currently looks that no student will benefit from you being on the board. You also motioned for prayer to be concluded in meetings, despite the previous motion to remove student recognition from meetings. Prayer is not the same in every religion, therefore this motion is non-inclusive and violates the ruling of separation of church and state. It is imperative that public schools consistently uphold neutrality in religious matters to align with the First Amendment, as reiterated by the Supreme Court. Lastly, I would like to discuss the core values for YCSD. Engagement is cultivating relationships. Voting to remove students from board meetings is not engagement. Growth is investing in students. Prioritizing your wants over students' needs is not growth. Innovation is advancing progress. Caring more about time on laptops versus quality of instruction is not innovation. Integrity is mutual respect. Making racial and cruel statements on social media is not integrity. Safety is providing a secure and supportive environment. Aligning with a militia does not make any of us feel safe or supported. From what we have seen so far, it seems that you believe you are above the rules and do not believe in the mission and values of YCSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Martin.
Corey Martin, District 4. Good evening, Dr. Shandor and members of the school board. My name is Corey Martin, and this is my 17th year as a teacher at Tabb High School. I come today with a concern about comments made by the chair of the board, a person who purports to represent the citizens in her district, District 5. At the work session on February 12th, Mrs. Fairman discounted the public comment section, saying that 20 or so people speaking at the meeting does not counteract the larger number of people who voted for her. I assure you, Mrs. Fairman, that any speakers who come to this podium to speak counter to positions you have taken and remarks you have made since being sworn in as a York County School Board member represent more than just ourselves. In fact, I represent 80 teachers and staff at Tabb High who have signed off on these comments. I speak not as me, but as us. Tabb High is an amazing school. In fact, all of the schools in Mrs. Fairman's district are great schools. It's a shame Mrs. Fairman hasn't taken the time as our new board representative to see just how great we are. To my knowledge, she has not made an effort to walk our halls, talk with our teachers or students, or come cheer on our students in any of our many extracurricular activities, such as our inclusive United Tigers basketball game last Friday. In fact, as reported by our local school channel, news channel, Wavy News, instead of showing up to support her constituents, she sent known followers of a local self-proclaimed militia in her place. This group videotaped the meeting and likely intimidated the great educators trying to inform the community. Certainly, this is not the public face you want York County schools to have, and I can't imagine these are the kind of stories about YCSD any board members want to keep seeing in the news. Mrs. Fairman talks frequently about her constituents and listening to their concerns. Well, the students and staff at Tabb High are your constituents. In our school, we teach accountability, hard work, and honesty. We teach students to own up to mistakes and to do better the next time. We teach them to honor each other, no matter how different they may seem on the surface. For example, at Tabb High this month, we have been celebrating Black History Month. Each morning, we honor and recognize a Black historical figure and their contributions to our country. We also teach leadership, U.S. and Virginia history, biology, and language and composition classes, all of which teach about good citizenship, valuable life skills, and knowledge that some of our board members seem to be lacking. Since Mrs. Goodwin thinks there is no historical evidence that enslaved people were unhappy, according to her social media post, maybe she would benefit from also stopping by our school to learn a little bit about accurate history. I can assure you, from a common sense perspective, we won't be sharing any Black History Month fact of the day stating that slaves were happy to be enslaved. Our schools deserve better leadership. Several of you have proven to represent only a few and ignore who your job really should be about: the students, families, and school staff of York County schools, not militia groups who want to push a national political agenda. We all deserve better leadership. Please do better or step down to make way for someone who will. Thank you, and have a great night.
All right. As Carl Waller is walking up, Monica McWithy, Carrie, is it Chi or Chai? I'm not sure. Nicole Living, Naria Living, and Tammy Deerberger. Please get ready.
Hello, my name is Carl Waller, and I live in District 5 Tabb. Good evening, members of the school board and Dr. Shandor. Tonight, I urge you to open your hearts to the reality of what happens when mental health support is neglected, a reality where the desperate cries of students often go too unheard until it's too late, and they're being lowered into the ground or placed on a mantle in an urn. Mental health counselors and programs, like the Signs of Suicide program that some members want to reduce to basically nothing, are the unsung heroes of our educational institutions. Yet, let's confront reality head-on. Without them, it's like playing Russian roulette with our lives. I speak from personal experience. Mental health has been my own difficult journey, which, for most of, I've had to endure in silence and on my own. Having someone to confide in, it's been a lifeline, literally. I recall not knowing where to go and feeling like giving up is my only option. But amidst the darkness, there were beacons of light, my friends, who recognized the signs of my struggles and knew how to help. Their understanding and empathy were invaluable, guiding me towards the support I desperately needed. Their knowledge of mental health issues allowed them to offer a compassionate ear and practical assistance. They were the ones who encouraged me to seek help, to confide in trusted adults, and to take steps towards healing. Were it not for those counselors and my friends standing as pillars of support, I might be a mere memory etched on a tombstone, a life extinguished prematurely. Picture that desperate soul, your child or peer, reaching out for salvation only to encounter closed doors, doors which were closed by some of our school board members, those who claim to know what's best for our students. It's plainly evident that mental health is not a priority for the 12,996 students in the York County School Division, and shame on those who gamble with human lives. And what's truly confounding, while dismantling mental health resources, attention is diverted to the boogeyman of indoctrination and the crusade against critical race theory. Yet in my years within the York County School Division, I've yet to encounter such a claim of indoctrination. It's a smokescreen, plain and simple. Rather than addressing genuine needs, precious time and resources are frittered away on political grandstanding. It's exhausting and embarrassing to constantly hear about absent, non-existent issues plaguing our community. So let this be unmistakable and crystal clear. Mental health cannot be swept under the rug, nor can we be duped by obvious political charades. It's time to prioritize what truly matters, the well-being of our students, or so certain newly elected members of this board try to proclaim. Contemplate the profound pain and anguish thrown upon parents in the community should a child lose their battle to the hands of mental illness. Envision burying your own child, seeing a vacant spot at the dinner table, or witnessing an empty desk in the classroom each and every morning. It's not merely a tragedy, it's an enduring legacy of pain and heartache. And let me remind you, in case you have not made this realization, you all were voted in by the parents and community members, not the students. The current school board, whose job is to shape the educational trajectory of students like me, does not have the support of the student populace in the York
Thank
County
you.
School Division. Thank you.
Monica
Thank you, Mr.
McWithy.
Waller. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Monica McWithy, and I'm a resident of District 3, a concerned employee of YCSD, currently teaching 5 different career and technical education courses at York High School. I've been an educator for over 22 years in school divisions on the South Side and the Peninsula. During the February 12th work session, Mrs. Fairman stated that nothing is personal. As a teacher, I take exception to this statement. As a former educator, Ms. Fairman, you should know better. Teachers are encouraged to make personal connections and build relationships with the students in our classrooms. Education is personal. Parents entrust us with their most valued treasure, their child. They trust us to provide the best personal educational experience and learning environment that will lead to academic achievement. How is that not personal? One of the core values of YCSD is integrity, demonstrating mutual respect and trust between parties. The messages coming from newly elected school board members are lacking that mutual trust and respect. Instead, this group appears to have personal agendas and a desire for control and power in the name of change. The incumbents, school board superintendent, and the school board staff are genuinely concerned about all the stakeholders of YCSD, the students, the parents, the teachers, and the staff. We as employees are reminded we are the face of the county and are expected to represent YCSD positively, always. The same expectations should apply to the school board members. When the local news station reports on YCSD and uses the headline, quote, "Train wreck, new school board leadership in York County," it is a disgrace and a disservice that will only tarnish the reputation of YCSD in York County. Please stop embarrassing us. To hear new board members ooh and ah about programs that they did not know we offered caused me concern because many of the programs and community partnerships have been in place for many years. Were you unaware of the variety of programs offered in the division that you decided to run a political campaign to help lead? Were you unaware of the amazing students and outstanding employees that cultivate them on a daily basis? Were these oversights part of your short-sighted campaign strategy? Remember, you were elected to represent all of the citizens of your district, regardless of their age and voting preference. It was suggested to do away with one-to-one technology or reduce the said technology to only 10% of a class period. I'm guessing 10% sounded pleasing to the constituents who have no direct contact with a member of the YCSD family. To a classroom teacher who teaches courses that require computer use, that's an absurdity. FYI, in a high school classroom, 10% is 9 minutes. After board members visited schools to see if students were entranced on their laptops, It was reported by those members that they were amazed to see genuine learning activities instead
Thank you
of
very
YouTube
much.
videos.
Carrie Chi.
Good evening. I'm Carrie Chi of District 4. Alongside many concerned parents, educators, students, staff, and community members, I'm troubled by the recent direction the board has taken under the guidance of the 3 new members within these past 2 months. The school board is meant to function apolitically, prioritizing the needs of students, educators, staff, and parents to provide quality education. Unfortunately, Linda Fairman, Kimberly Goodwin, and Zoran Pajovic have politicized YCSD's educational governance, prioritizing their own agendas over the well-being of students and staff. Ms. Fairman, Ms. Goodwin, and Mr. Pajovic all touted fiscal responsibility as a key element they would bring to the board. Yet 2 months into their term, the YC School Board has already been put on notice for at least 2 legal concerns and is also considering an unnecessary extra board clerk position. The first legal concern is about bringing prayer to school meetings. Case law has long upheld the constitutional wall of separation between church and state. The Freedom from Religion Foundation staff attorney sent a letter to the board urging it to rescind the decision to include prayer in board meetings, indicating it would pursue legal action. The foundation even referenced a similar case in Chino Valley, California, that resulted in the school board being ordered to pay $275,000 to cover the foundation's attorney fees and associated costs. Is this to be the next expense for YCSD? Then there's the potential suit for Superintendent Shandor on a claim of retaliation. Although we, the public, are not privy to the exact cause for this claim, it is known that Ms. Fairman was let go by the York County School Division as a substitute teacher. The public deserves to know exactly why Ms. Fairman was let go from a teaching position. Parents and former students allege that Ms. Fairman insulted students, stating things such as, "You'll never be a success in life," because they did not know cursive, and telling a student in front of a class, "Don't come talk to me in that homosexual voice," and even telling a York High School class that the Holocaust never occurred and that York County schools should stop spewing lies about history. Shouldn't egregious acts like this leading to termination disqualify someone from ever running from the school board, especially in this division in which they were ousted? The toxic hostile work environment created by these board members, including actions like inviting militia representatives to intimidate staff, exposes YCSD to further legal risks. I commend Mr. Richardson and Mr. Schaefer for their leadership during this crisis and express gratitude to Superintendent Shandor for supporting YCSD staff and students. Mr. Pajovic, who isn't here, but please distance yourself from this toxic rhetoric and align your directives with rational, evidence-based decision-making for York County School Division. Although Ms. Goodwin and Ms. Fairman are clearly not history buffs based on their past social media and spoken comments, I remind the board that this is Yorktown, and we, the people, have a long history of standing up against tyranny and misuse of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Living?
Good evening. My name is Nicole Living. I'm a Yorktown resident, District 3. In the interest of furthering our dialogue this evening, I'm going to use some big words. I would share the definitions with you, but since I wasn't there when the language was invented, I'm sure you wouldn't believe me. Instead, I'll just share examples of recent school board behavior that exemplifies these traits instead. The first word is hypocrisy. Both the chair and vice chair have called and continue tonight to call for decorum and respect from other board members and the public. Yet they are on record on multiple occasions being disrespectful and rude to district staff. And the lack of respect the chair shows to other members, even tonight, makes your repeated requests for decorum laughable, but we should be nice to you, hypocrisy. The next word is cowardice. Vice Chair Goodwin's abhorrent comments about the history of chattel slavery in the United States have been well documented by now, but when faced with a direct response in person, when a black woman took the floor last public meeting to speak to y'all with a frankly undeserved kindness and grace about the importance of inclusive and accurate history lessons, the vice chair never looked up, never gave the constituent the respect of acknowledging her comments or even looking her in the face. A pattern, I note, that continues tonight. Cowardice. Next, we have hubris. The gall of the current chair and vice chair to fully disregard the experience of the sitting board members and vote themselves into positions of authority while continuously fumbling the simplest of parliamentary procedures is incredible hubris. Waving a copy of Robert's Rules around, not as impressive as you might think. Y'all can't even manage an agenda and you have the chair seconding motions? Hubris. My next word is nefarious. In spite of comments to the contrary, by law, school board elections in Virginia are meant to be nonpartisan, but the new board members still appeared on a partisan sample ballot. It wasn't official, so it wasn't illegal, but it certainly violated the spirit of the law. I guess transparency and accountability only apply to people you disagree with or from whom you want to wrest power for yourselves. The last word is subterfuge. The only reason y'all are disavowing sending that militia to record the FLE info session and refuting reports of your connections to them is because you got caught. And that's all I'll say on that subject, but it speaks volumes. Hypocrisy, cowardice, hubris, nefariousness, and subterfuge. These are the themes of your term so far. After watching the session tonight, I almost wanted to add decorum. You keep on using that word, but I do not think it means what you think it means. In the interest of our time, I'll skip that lesson for tonight. Do better, or better yet, step down.
Thank you. Nariel Living?
My name is Nariel Living. I live in District 3, and I'm a parent of a student. Board members, I was pleased to see that 2 of the board members recently tried to get this group back on track since you have had such a disastrous beginning. I would like to point out that you might not have had such a contentious relationship with Dr. Shandor if you perhaps used a better tone in your communications. Have a conversation instead of issuing imperious directives. For example, I will read an email sent by Linda Fairman to Dr. Shandor where she insists on a list of demands being met within hours and at the end, minutes. On January 17th of this year at 1:32 p.m., 4.5 hours before the event, Linda Fairman wrote to Dr. Shandor, "Good afternoon. I understand there's a Family Life Education Preview Night presentation for parents and citizens at Dare Elementary School this evening, 17 January 2024, beginning at 6 p.m. in 4.5 hours. Please direct YCSD communications staff to video record this entire presentation, including the entire question and answer period, and post on the YCSD website with any accompanying slideshows and handouts by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, 18th of January 2024. In addition, please provide copies of this presentation's slideshows, handouts, and all citizen-specific comments and questions, along with the names and titles of all presenters and staff participants, to all York County School Board members by noon tomorrow. Please respond to this email within 15 minutes of its receipt. Board members, your behavior is a very serious matter. Research shows most people move to York County for the school systems. Because of that, our real estate prices are a little bit higher. If you derail our school systems, as you seem intent on doing, we will be faced with a very somber housing crisis, leaving all citizens of York County struggling. Once again, I am here to tell you that I expect better of you as board members, and I expect better of you as human beings.
Thank you. Well, Tammy Deerberger walks up. The next ones are Barbara Haywood, Lawrence Golson, Liz Montgomery, Charles Gates, and Terry Fowler. Ms.
Good
Deerberger.
evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Shandor. My name is Tammy Deerberger. I live in District 2. God help us. I have viewed the past 2 months' work sessions online. Excuse me. I appreciate the questions the new board members are asking. This shows you want your decisions to be as well informed as possible. I don't think anyone would object to that. I have witnessed the new board members doing their best to learn this job in a very professional manner in a short amount of time. I have discovered the monthly work session meetings bring clarification to what takes place during the business portion of tonight's meeting and has given me a greater appreciation to the scope of work involved in running a school district. So I'd like to thank the school board and the York County School Division administration staff for all of your hard work. I care deeply about the youth of York County and our nation. They are tomorrow's future. I pay close attention to our school district and others across the nation. I'm asking this board to make it your mission to focus on providing an exceptional education for York County students. I'm asking this board to honor the parents of each student as a supreme authority over their children that God gave them. I'm asking this board to make the physical safety of each student, a priority. I believe each of the board members and this administration align with my requests, but I think it's important you hear the requests of citizens like me. I am saddened at the personal attacks against the 3 new school board members during last month's school board meeting and online. These divisive attacks do not benefit anyone. So much of what I have heard, even tonight, has been misinformation or quotes taken out of context, like a soundbite. I believe each of you ran for this position out of a passion for what is best for the children of York County, the entire York County School District staff, and the families of the students. I witnessed fair and honest campaigning, going door to door, speaking to the citizens of York County. The voters cast their ballot. If anyone disagrees with policy changes, that's fine, but disagreement should be handled in a respectful way. Isn't that the example we want our students to learn and follow? We're better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Haywood?
Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Shandor. My name is Barbara Haywood, and I reside in the Bruton District of the county. I commented when I left this board after 30 unopposed years of service that I may come back on this side of the dais. I've had the opportunity to view your organizational meeting, your last board meeting, and your last work session. This is why I stand before you this evening. While I do not need to give you my evolution of appointments and elections to this board, I would like you to know that I've had the opportunity to work with many different board members and 4 different superintendents over the 30 years. Regardless of how you enter this position, your responsibilities include governance, policy development, financial accountability, and working closely with the superintendent, who you hire and evaluate, and who manages the division on a daily basis. Your goals, first and foremost, is the educational opportunities the division provides for all of the students and the dedicated employees providing these services. It is your job to collectively work together to make a positive difference in all 19 schools. While each of you have different and varied life experiences and backgrounds, you bring these differences to the board table. One can only pray that you leave that board table, maybe not as a unified body, but as a body that has found a favorable consensus for our students. Again, I have been where you sit. I urge you to engage in any approved school board training through the Virginia School Boards Association to better prepare you for this role. You're not here to micromanage, one of the biggest mistakes any board member can make. In your organization meeting, you freely use the word constituent and not students. While I am aware that the citizens of your respective districts voted you into this position, the students are the main focus and responsibility. The students, all 13,256 of them, are the reasons you are in this extremely important, elected, and honored position. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your politics and your personal agendas out of our schools. You have been given a tremendous responsibility of overseeing a quality educational environment for all of our students. This is absolutely not the York County that I have known, loved, and am willing to stand up for. I am here to offer my assistance any way possible as you face these issues. You have published the 2023-24 test FAST Facts. Make sure you live up to what is printed. You would not have achieved these accomplishments without the superintendent and his cabinet. And if they leave, I'm sure they would not find any problem finding the position
Thank you, Ms.
anywhere.
Haywood. Lawrence Golson?
Thank you, Ms. Haywood.
Good evening, school board, Dr. Shandor. Listening to these young folks a little while ago, it reminds me of an African proverb that says that a child not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. So I stand in solidarity with anyone who supports these young minds, these young voices, and advocates for the same, and get away from anything that does not relate to that. My name is Lawrence Golson. I am your York, James City County, Williamsburg NAACP president. And it has come to our attention through various media reports and social media posts, as has been stated, that some members of the school board have stated, amongst other things, that people of color should not feel oppressed because they have put themselves in that situation. And they should take a lesson from the Jews who don't run around claiming they are oppressed, and victims because they work hard and rose above it, and who also wrote that they have not seen any proof that enslaved people were not happy, while also completely discounting the groundbreaking work of the 1619 Project, presumably because its narrative does not match a certain political agenda. Based upon these and other disturbing messages, our organization is making our voice heard. Under the education priorities provided by the Virginia NAACP, we will continue to advocate for the highest standard of learning, safety, and equity in the Virginia's public schools, which includes defend the teaching of American history, which includes Black history, and support accurate interpretations of U.S. policies, social mores, and laws that have run counter to the promises of American democracy. To emphasize developing or augmenting existing policies that ensure accountability of school employees whose actions and or inactions contribute to racist school cultures. Understand literacy as a civil rights issue. Support school libraries that do not censor American history and culture. Require recurring cultural competency training as part of the teacher certification and professional development processes, with standards determined by a diverse group of education, civil rights, and community leaders. And I will add to that also the school board. While the school board is composed of individuals with their own beliefs, values, and opinions, once those individuals are elected, the board becomes one. Your private thoughts and beliefs, when shared publicly, no longer represent you as an individual only. They now reflect the entire school board. Therefore, we will address our comments to the entire school board instead of addressing individual board members. I will yield my time to Ms. Liz Montgomery, but I want you to know that we see you, we're watching, and we expect accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Montgomery.
Good afternoon. I am Liz Montgomery. I live in District 1 in York County. My kids went to Magruder, Queens Lake, and Bruton. I moved here 51 years ago to come to York County schools because I heard how good they were. And I want you to know that we produced in York County 3 young women, my daughters, who are doing exceptionally well. Christy Coleman, if you don't know that name, is the director and executive director of Jamestown Yorktown Foundation. She graduated from Bruton. My other daughter, Chandra, graduated from USC, and she has a master's in law. My daughter Angela graduated at 16 and from Bruton High School, and she is an electrical engineer. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you York County has produced some good students of African American descent. And I'm not the only one sitting in here that can say that. That wasn't part of what my president wanted me to say, and I'm also first vice president of the NAACP. So you will not forget Miss Liz Montgomery. It is disturbing to our York, James City, Williamsburg NAACP branch to learn that the York County School Board is presenting alternative theories regarding slavery. The York County School Board should publicly address this issue. Your comments reflect your character, insight, and your ability to make decisions regarding the education of all our children. Has the school board thought about the impact these statements regarding the functionality of our standard American history and our Black history we have on our Black students, not just our Black students, but all our students? Erasing the truth of our shared history is an attempt to erase us as African Americans. I'm not having it, school board members. I am not having it. It is an attempt to deny this systemic nature of racism and to avoid addressing racial disparities as a result of slavery and Jim Crow laws not 200 years ago, but for over 200 years. In January, the Education Committee of YJCW NAACP branch presented a school equity report for York County schools. And will the school board address the findings of this report? We will be looking forward to that. The rest of my time, I will yield to the third vice president of the NAACP, Charles Gates.
Mr. Gates.
Dr. Shandor, school board members, my name is Charles Gates. I live in Toronto. Again, I am the second VP for the local NAACP. Up until now, York County schools have been a shining star in our region. But statements and actions, such as the ones put forth today, put that standing in doubt. Further, the disparity study provided by our Education Committee that presented here just last month shows inaccuracies in opportunity representation and best practices for Black students. When Governor Youngkin visited Colonial Williamsburg to celebrate the move of the Bray School building, the oldest building dedicated to the education of Black children in the United States, he said we should teach all of our history, the good and the bad. That's what we expect, that you encourage and facilitate the fair, just, and soundness of academia, inclusive of recounting our history's truth. It will be uncomfortable at times and painstaking at others, but if we do not engage in that necessary exercise, we are doomed to repeat history. I submit to you that we, the people, are better than that. We, the people, have expectations of our elected leaders. We expect you to hold yourself to a higher standard. We expect you to learn about history. We expect you to understand and take action to our needs. We expect you to listen and act on our concerns. We expect you to your actions to reflect our values. We expect you to understand that words matter. We expect you to understand that there are consequences to every word, post, and action. We expect you to understand that you will be held accountable. We expect you to understand that you will be held accountable. We expect more from you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Gates.
As Ms. Fowler comes up, the next ones are Greg Wozniak, Teresa Woodward, Sam Ray, Dr. Leslie Hoagland, and Todd Hoagland. Ms. Fowler.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. Elections change the way things go. I'm Terry Fowler. I've lived in this great community for over 20 years and have children that have graduated from the schools here. I live in District 4. I was one of the few people in this room that was at the meeting where the board chair simply asked if someone could attend the family life presentation because she could not attend. Several volunteered. Knowing what questions the parents ask at this meeting would be beneficial to see what's on their minds and to further enhance the relationship between parents and the board, it was her priority. Unfortunately, a false narrative was created by certain individuals to try to undermine the new chair and other new members. The bottom line is that elections have consequences. What many people see is a small group of people going through the natural phases of grief. This emotion and sometimes painful process isn't suited to mediation. It warrants select parties to seek counseling to facilitate processing unpleasant feelings and hopefully resume performing one's duties as opposed to the public having to witness embarrassing emotional outbursts and misinformed accusations. Furthermore, the current complaints about the new board members are being posted on Let's Talk app software that YCSD is paying $35,000 per year out of taxpayer dollars. This app allows anonymous complaints from both in and outside York County. It allows anyone to anonymously libel or slander without legitimacy or truth and without accountability. It therefore allows grief-stricken individuals the ability to hide their identity and the origin of the complaint. Is this where you want your taxpayers' dollars to go? Many parents and taxpayers look forward to watching and supporting new board to facilitate improving YCSD student success and the 88% literacy rate that was detailed in the last month. That was shockingly low and should be addressed immediately. It's hard to believe that the number 3 school district in the state and the number 1 in the region is failing 12 out of every 100 students in their reading skills. To that end, I also look forward to learning about the new literacy agenda. We must do better than 88%, and I believe the new school board and its excellent leadership will do just that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wozniak?
Hi. I'm Greg Wozniak, District 4, and thank you for letting us all speak here tonight. I just want to say I've heard tonight a lot of very bad and false accusations being thrown around about the new school board members. That's one thing. And secondly, I think that Wavy 10, should not be involved in any of our school board's business or our county business, because all they have to do is please their audiences, and that's all they care about. Now, what I'd like to see in Mr. District 4 over there, I'd like to see all of you guys start working together and maybe go to a closed area away from the public eye and get all your grievances settled together once and for all, and start working together as a cohesive team over here. Now, my interest in this school is I have a special needs student here, and I think the special needs staff is awesome in the school. That's my opinion there. And I think they also need more tools for their job as well. And I think bus drivers need a better raise, and I think the teachers need a better raise too. And the sooner we stop this nonsense with this Wavy 10 BS, because that's what it is, we can move on and do our business and take care of our kids. That's all I've got to say. Thank you all.
Teresa Woodward?
I'm Teresa Woodward, and I live in Dare. I don't like public speaking at all, and I wrote a speech, but it feels really irrelevant at this point. I have been to a lot of school board meetings over the last 4 years, and I have noticed that they are not run now the same as they were in 2020, 21. I noticed that, yes, everyone got along very well, but I also didn't really see a lot of issues that came up that you guys had different opinions on. You guys have been working together, it looked like, for a little while, so you'd worked out any of your differences. But these guys just started, and they have day jobs. he's at the schools all the time. That is his job. That's why he makes the money he makes, because he's there all the time. They only make $9,000 a year, and they have day jobs. So they have to go to all their trainings, and they're expected to be in the classrooms and email everybody and call everybody. Like, I feel like people are being unfair in their expectations. Were there dumb things said when they were running for office? Absolutely. We've all said dumb things before. They shouldn't have said them. It doesn't mean that's who that person is. That's not the center of their character. I know all of the new board members, and I've met the other board members at different functions. I think they all have the best interests of all the children in their hearts. But I think this all started even before they took their oath. The last meeting in December, the outgoing board members were very unprofessional, very petty, and I felt like it was wrong for them to call out Ms. Goodwin and Zoran from up there, talking about they need to be careful who they associate with based on things that were seen on social media that were taken out of context. I found it interesting that Ms. Laurel, when she was giving her going away speech, said that she wasn't going to miss the bullying and the inability to defend herself, because when you're up there, they can't say, yes, I did that, no, I didn't do that. We need to keep that in mind. They have to be quiet. They don't get a chance to defend the lies. And I was a parent at that family life meeting. I can assure you I'm a parent. I'm not part of a militia. And there was no aggression. Nobody was unprofessional. The teachers and counselors did great. And the lady that tried to film, she was trying to help Miss Linda do better for the people that voted for her because she couldn't make it. And I can assure you nobody was trying to do anything that is being accused. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Ray?
Good evening to the citizens of York County. My name is Sam Ray, and I reside in District 2. I will open with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He once said, "Nothing in this world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity." I stand before you today to address the members of the York County, Virginia School Board. I am concerned that rhetoric from a member of this board has reached an alarming plateau. Rhetoric that is downright disrespectful to every African American student and citizen in York County. And this should be alarming to every student and every citizen in York County. A member of this board has allegedly posted on social media that she did not know if slaves in this country were happy or not because she was not there and she never had the opportunity to talk to one. It bothers me because this member has been asked about her statement and has chosen not to offer an apology for it. Using her mode of thinking, I would like to know if she thinks if Jews were persecuted or murdered during the Holocaust. If so, how does she know? Was George Washington the first president of our nation? If so, how does she know? Did she talk to any of those folks to verify those events took place? There is a movement in this country to erase and deny the history that portrays the founders of this country in any negative manner. For example, Texas attempted to refer to slaves as unpaid workers. And now, a member of this school board expects you to believe that folks who were kidnapped from their homeland, murdered at sea, robbed of their culture, beaten mercilessly, raped, and had their children snatched up from them were somehow possibly happy. We will not stand by and let that narrative live in York County. I'm asking the entire board to denounce her statement. I'm asking that she apologize to the students and the citizens of this county. I am asking the board to remove her from her leadership position. If each board member of this board does not denounce her statement, that will only lead me to believe that you agree with and stand by her willful ignorance. And to everyone who is now listening to the words that I'm speaking, I will leave you with two final quotes. The first is from Governor Youngkin. He said, "We should teach all history the good and the bad. And finally, another quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Leslie Hoagland?
School board members, I am Dr. Leslie Hoagland, a resident of District 3. I'm also a 1995 graduate of York High School. I attended Yorktown Elementary and Yorktown Intermediate Schools as well. I received excellent education here, and it is the major reason why we moved our family back to York County in 2017. Since then, our oldest son has graduated from York High School in 2021, with 2 more of our children graduating this year, and our youngest being in 4th grade with 8 more years to go. My husband is a special education teacher, one of the hardest jobs to fill these days in public schools. We care very deeply about the reputation, quality, and outcomes of York County schools, and living here is the investment we have chosen to make in our public schools. I'd like to take a quick minute to offer a numbers lesson on the election. As a reminder that while the majority of votes within each district were awarded to each of you, it was not absolutely a mandate for your political agenda, as arrogantly said during the work session held on February 12th. Pyovic got 2,000 votes. Fairman got 2,847 votes. Goodwin got 3,053 votes. Schaefer got 4,501 votes. Richardson got 5,441 votes, out of a total number of 51,000 registered voters. The 3 new board members received a total of 7,900 votes, and 2 incumbents received 9,942 votes while running unopposed. More than 46% of the county of eligible voters did not even show up to vote. For those of us that did, we are appalled, ashamed of your actions, rhetoric, laziness, and alliances. Please stop pretending that you have some kind of mandate or majority here. It just doesn't exist. You all get an equal vote on this school board, and those matters should be about protecting and elevating the public school system here. And in your tenure thus far, you have manipulated and continue to manipulate the focus toward your radicalized agenda while alienating, disregarding, and humiliating the wisdom and experience that surrounds you. Those individuals who have been academically prepared and trained to enhance, develop, and sustain public education in this county. Now, this is not about disagreement. This is about accountability. You are grossly out of touch, so unconsciously incompetent with the realities of our schools, the faculty and staff, and most importantly, our students, my children. Your arrogance and failure to listen are going to get you recalled, because we are not going to put up with this for 4 years. Find some humility, please, or resign.
Thank you. As Todd Hoagland comes up, Christy Chamberlain, Carrie Snyder, Lane Bradell, Dr. Amy Brown, and Deb Wesley are next up. Mr. Hoagland.
Excuse me. Todd Hoagland, District 3. School board members and Dr. Shandor. Hi, I'm over here.
Yeah.
No? Oh, hi. So I'm here again to address the behavior of the school board. Last month, I outlined a functional behavior assessment to determine the function of your behavior and asked you for evidence of your outlandish claims. I was going to continue with my cute little analogy, but I got too much to say to be cute. This school board continues to have persistent and severe behaviors that are interfering in the work of the board, district staff, teachers, and students. The board needs to learn the following replacement behaviors. Number 1, you need to improve your communication. Please answer emails with actual human responses to questions and comments. Don't use ChatGPT or a simple copy and paste to send to all emails. Mrs. Goodwin really advertised well that she would ensure open communication channels with parents, teachers, and students, despite 11 days without a response. Don't dismiss those that come here to use their voice to speak up for what they believe in. At least 4 teachers I spoke with are too afraid to come here and speak. because of fear of retaliation from the board, or because a militia member is sitting there writing down their names. Mr. Pavich campaigned very well and said support active involvement and relationship building between parents, teachers, and the school community as a whole. Number 2, perform positive actions towards teachers and students. Go to our schools, attend classes, praise our teachers, and lift up all of our students, not just the ones that fit in your neat little boxes. Number 3, conduct yourself to match what you campaigned for. Don't push public prayer at school board meetings. Mrs. Goodwin's campaign site says education should prioritize teaching children how to think critically rather than promoting a specific ideological agenda. Don't spend our tax dollars on hiring an unnecessary clerk to do your work. Mr. Pavich campaigned under the idea of committed financial leadership to maximize program resources while improving transparency and accountability. Don't send militia members to elementary schools. Accuse our teachers of indoctrination without evidence, or publicly call for someone's job just because they impose disciplinary action on you. The county is watching. If you cannot follow these behaviors, please resign.
Christy Chamberlain.
Good evening. My name is Christy Chamberlain, and I'm a parent of 3 YCSD students, and I live in District 4. I am here tonight to voice my concerns about the hostile environment that is being cultivated by the new school board members across our division, which I believe is affecting staff at all levels, starting directly with our superintendent and filtering down through the school board office, administrators, teachers, and other support staff. I know for a fact that there are many teachers who are too afraid to speak tonight due to fear of retaliation, because at the working session on February 12th, it came out that our superintendent himself has concerns about retaliation from the new board. It also came out at that meeting that a member of a local constitutional militia has FOIA'd all the names and positions of the staff members who spoke at January's meeting. Of course, the teachers are scared. Since I am not employed by YCSD, I have the luxury of speaking tonight. I'm happy to be the voice for those who feel that it is too hostile an environment for free speech. I also had the luxury of having some FOIA'd emails given to me myself. I have had the opportunity to read the emails between the new school board members and Dr. Shandor post-election, and they are very concerning. In an email dated November 17th, Ms. Fairman responded to Dr. Shandor's congratulatory email with a 2-page email ordering him around. She started by demanding that, first, he stop using the first-person singular possessive form when referring to YCSD employees. So she's dictating his speech right out of the bat. She made many demands, such as having school board office staff print out 3 copies of the Freedom of Information Act, Conflict of Interest Act, and Public Records Act. And this is a direct quote: have YCSD school board office staff print for each of us hard copies of these complete statutes in at least 12-point type, and make arrangements to deliver them to us no later than 3 p.m. on November 21st. She indicated that her time was too valuable to look up the acts on the links that Dr. Shandor had provided in the emails. In that same email, she made 2 other demands for school board office employees to stop their work, print out hard copies of information that the 3 could have just looked at online, and have this information delivered to them all in 3-pronged binders within certain times. Apparently, they also don't like trees because everything had to be printed out, hundreds of pages. At another point in the email, she chastised Dr. Shandor because the times that he had set aside to meet were not convenient for them, and she stated that she would only meet during the times that she provided. The message is clear. Their time is more valuable than anybody else's in the division. In my opinion, the tone in that email was completely inappropriate. Neither Dr. Shandor nor the school board office is your servant. There were many other concerning emails that I cannot fully reference in my 3 minutes, such as Linda Fairman's demands to use YCSD resources to film the Family Life Education event at Darrell Elementary because she couldn't make the time to be there herself.
Carrie Snyder.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Shandor. I would like to first address our transportation situation. The fact is that we do not have enough buses in York County. Our children get to school 20 to 30 minutes late, which is unacceptable. There must be a way to recruit bus drivers. However, to get bus drivers and keep them, as well as being fear of losing the great bus drivers we currently have, the way they get paid needs to be addressed as well. After COVID, they were taken from salary paid employees to hourly. This has caused us to lose several bus drivers. It also has put some drivers in a hardship. Due to the pay being in arrears, the bus drivers are receiving checks that are $5, $10 or less due to the typical items taken out of their pay. How does one meet obligations or even survive such low pay, with such low paychecks? This continues several months from the beginning of their year in August to December. After losing several bus drivers, parents were asked if they have the means to drop off and pick up their children daily because it would help the bus drivers shortage. This should have been a temporary situation, not a permanent solution. Due to the drop-off and the pickup, the sheriff's office must direct traffic AM and PM. If we had enough bus drivers, we could eliminate the cost of the sheriff's office, which I bet is not a low cost. The funds going to the sheriff's office could go to our new bus drivers. Seaford Elementary fifth graders have the privilege of reporting the school Bulldog News daily. My granddaughter gets very excited when it is her turn to be the news anchor for the week. However, there are many days buses do not make it to school in time for the students to participate in these activities. I encourage you to research the buses and bus drivers' lack thereof and find a solution. Secondly, I would like to say, I hope you have realized the way you are treating Dr. Shandor was uncalled for. I was embarrassed for all of you for the words and actions, especially when you said you would remove Dr. Shandor as the school superintendent. I hope this is still not your intentions. I have been in York County school system since 2003. I have been on the PTA boards yearly, including York County PTA board. What I have seen, as well as heard from other parents, we have never had a superintendent so engaged. He is there for our students, parents, staff, community, and more. The last few years alone, he has had to handle school fire, pandemic, and other crises in a timely, reasonable manner, in which students missed minimal educational hours. Those days alone had to be very taxing, yet you would never know it. Speaking to him in passing, he acted like it was just another day with his pleasant self. I hope you all have removed your bitterness and see that Dr. Shandor is an asset to York County.
Hi, my name is Lane Burdell. I live in District 3. I'm here as a parent of elementary school students and as a constituent. Ms. Fairman has emphasized that the new school board members won their election and that this means they represent their constituents. I would like to remind you all that while you received thousands of votes, there were thousands of people who did not vote for you and even more who didn't vote at all. We are all your constituents. The turnout for this meeting makes it clear that there are many, many parents, teachers, and students, people with a current connection to York County schools who are concerned about the direction the current school board is taking. Of all of these voices, I especially hope that you will listen to the students. They are your most important responsibility. Speakers have highlighted a variety of concerns tonight. I too have concerns based on what I've seen in the school board work sessions and meetings. I hope that the new school board members can recognize these problems and that you will change course to focus on prioritizing the students, teachers, and administrators who make our schools amazing. Rather than trying to change things that aren't broken, I hope you will turn to our experienced school board members for leadership, that you will trust in the experience of staff and administrators, and that you will prioritize the needs of our students. The parents and teachers who came to this meeting are all here because we want to protect and support the students of YCSD. I hope that you will all demonstrate to us that you're here for the same reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Amy Brown?
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Shandor. I'm Dr. Amy Brown, a National Board Certified Teacher, resident of District 3, and the proud parent of 2 YCSD students. A few weeks ago, someone stood before you and made 2 points which I agree with. First, the school board serves at the pleasure of York County citizens. Second, the election is over. So I am here to implore you to quit your politicking and do your job. In case you have forgotten, that job is, quoting from the YCSD School Board website, to work together to inspire all students and staff to explore paths to leading to personal and collective success, to ensure every student is valued, supported, and challenged through learning experiences which prepare them for a successful future. Your community is watching you. And what are we seeing? I have seen the board spend more time discussing changing seating arrangements to convey a power dynamic, eliminating opportunities to highlight the excellent work of our students and educators at public board meetings, and adding a position of clerk to do a job that is already being done, then I have seen you really spend time in meaningful conversation about the business of valuing, supporting, challenging, and preparing our students for a successful future. While you all proudly reference the school division's current ranking, which has been earned, let's be clear, through excellent previous stewardship by the board and superintendents of this division, the board has been slower to admit that the reputation of the school board is being tarnished and the community's trust in you diminished by the conduct displayed in the last 2 months. Honestly, there are so many issues to address. I had trouble deciding what to talk to you about. I had trouble sleeping last night about it. So I will speak to the discussion of creating a separate board clerk role. Questions of conflict of interest and getting things done in a timely manner have been addressed. Less than 25% of the superintendent's secretary's job description deal with the responsibilities of the board clerk role. Are you really going to spend more time, valuable time of this school board, on creating a whole separate position and reallocating funds for something that's already being done and quite capably? I mean, no disrespect to Ms. Ford when I say it's a clerk. It's a clerical position, not your research assistant. The board clerk is not your assistant to do research. You should be doing your own research and educating yourself about the issues. That is your job, and it's your responsibility to make time for it. Thank you.
As Deb Wesley comes up, the next ones are Melissa Madrigal, William, is it Duguay, Carolyn Herath, Randy Eaton, and Alexandra Howland. Deb Wesley.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Shandor. My name is Deb Wesley from District 4. I am a citizen, parent, 34-year YCSD veteran educator, and president of the York Education Association. In thinking about what I wanted to say tonight, I went back to the YCSD strategic plan and reviewed our mission and vision. Leadership throughout our division should be inspiring all students and educators to explore paths leading to personal and collective success. We should all be ensuring that every student is valued, supported, and challenged through learning experiences which prepare them for a successful future. I fail to see how worrying about where people sit at meetings, whether or not we have prayer before a meeting, creating a separate position for your sole benefit, and sending citizens to videotape parent information sessions have any direct impact on our students. A speaker at the last meeting indicated that the election is over and we should move forward. I certainly agree with that, but remind you that you now represent all of the citizens of your district, not just the ones that voted for you. We must work together with cohesiveness and trust to solve the problems and concerns that truly impact our students and educators. As an educator, my job is to teach students the academics, social skills, and character traits to be successful adults. We need to know that our leaders are acting professionally and ethically and are focused on what's best for all of our students in YCSD. I want to thank you very much for listening tonight and for agreeing to allow all of us to say our piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Madrigal?
My name is Melissa Madrigal, and I live in District 2.
to save everyone the trouble of a FOIA request, I teach math in room 407 at Grafton High School. I work alongside fellow teachers, division leaders, students, and family members, business leaders in the community to create the strategic plan for York County School Division in 2022. The strategic plan was formulated based on data from a survey of stakeholders, and the committee determined the strategic plan should focus on 4 priorities. As I've watched the meeting since January, I've wondered if the new board members are aware of these new 4 priorities, since their actions don't seem to indicate that they are. The first priority is collective commitment. This means that students, staff, families, and community members are invested in student outcomes and actively engaged in meaningful, collaborative relationships to support student success. How exactly does eliminating recognition of our seniors, volunteers, and staff from the school board members support this priority? Supportive culture means that our schools provide safe, welcoming, and caring environments in which all students and staff have a sense of belonging and purpose. How does starting a meeting with prayer support this priority when our students, families, staff, and community includes people of many faiths, some Christian, some non-Christian, some believers, and some non-believers? Does the chairperson think that sending people to film a family life presentation with no warning makes the staff feel safe or cared for? Highly effective talent states that the division will attract and retain highly skilled, compassionate, diverse, and committed team members. In the last week, there have been numerous news reports that do not reflect highly on York County schools. Is this the plan to attract new teachers to our division? Does the vice chair think that her comments about slavery are going to attract a diverse pool of candidates? Is name-calling and threatening to fire the superintendent that teachers trust and respect the plan for retaining highly skilled teachers already employed by York County schools? The last but most important priority is future-ready graduates, which states that students will acquire knowledge, skills, habits, and traits necessary for success in future educational experiences, the workforce, and life. Is this even something the new board members have considered? Other than a question about the necessity of one-to-one devices, I haven't seen much from the new board members regarding this priority. Could it be because they have little to no firsthand experience of what's happening in our classrooms? Are these not the priorities of the county anymore? What are the priorities? It appears that the new board members are attempting to replace these priorities with some political agenda that has no place on the school board. I urge the board to abandon their political agenda and refocus their work on the 4 priorities of the strategic plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a 5-minute recess for a restroom break real quick. All right, thank you. We're back out of recess, continuing the citizen comments. The next person that I had was, let's see, we already had Melissa Madrigal. Yes. Right, yes. So the next one is William DeGuay. Okay, so is William DeGuay outside? All right, Carolyn Herath.
Thank you. Dr. Shandor, Mrs. Chairman, and members of the school board, my name is Caroline Herath. I'm speaker number 38, and I reside in District 3. My husband and I moved to York County 20 years ago to raise our family, in large part because of the reputation of the public school system. As parents, we believe that our children have had an amazing education here, thanks to the incredibly talented and dedicated teachers, staff, and administrators. Although I haven't always agreed with their decisions, I have known that the school board members have had the interests of the children and teachers in their hearts when setting policies. However, I'm here tonight as a parent and a voter to share that I no longer feel that way since the election of the 3 new members. Here are some of my expectations and concerns. Number 1, I expect board members to act professionally and civilly towards one another, to focus on the students and the teachers, and to discuss topics as a board and not as factions. The apparent lack of communication and cooperation from the 3 new board members towards the returning members and the superintendent creates an environment of polarization and dysfunction that distracts from the business of the board and is an embarrassment to our community. Number 2, I expect the school board of a public school system to encourage an inclusive and supporting environment for students families, teachers, staff, and administration. However, 2 of the new members, quote-unquote, lead from a position of fear and intimidation, as demonstrated by inviting people involved in a militia to a meeting at a school and their comments towards Superintendent Shandor. I am fearful that many teachers and administrators will leave, which would have a devastating effect on our community. Number 3, I expect members of the school board to be fiscally responsible. As we've heard tonight, there are many priorities for a public school system with limited funding. The proposal to hire a separate clerk for the school board is not a prudent use of funds. It's the responsibility of each board member to do their own reading and research on issues that come before the board. And if board members need clarification, they can request it from the superintendent. In conclusion, this community deserves a board that puts the students, families, teachers, staff, and administration first and ahead of their personal agendas. I expect the board members to be focused on student learning and not on their own political aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Eaton? I believe he's left. Alexandra Howland. Is Alexandra Howland here? All right, the next ones, Jen Richardson, Tony Seri, Jennifer Haddocks Schatz, Robert Gage, and John Black. Jen Richardson, please.
Good evening, Dr. Shandor, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, school board members. I'm Jen Richardson. I am the counseling director at Grafton Middle School, and I'm also the 6th grade counselor. Before I was at Grafton Middle School, I was an elementary counselor, and as a matter of fact, I was a colleague of Mrs. Goodwin. As a counselor, I'm here as a counselor speaking because I watched the work session, and it was troubling to me. And I just want to remind Madam Chair and our board members and Ms. Goodwin, because I know you were there with us, school counselors have a hard job. We are trying to graduate successful students. We are trying to prevent bullying. We are trying to help kids resolve conflicts. We are working with kids who have experienced trauma, mental illness. So our job is hard. So when I watched that work session, it saddened me, and I just want to remind you that we're working with you. We are here for our students. We don't want to be intimidated as school counselors. Please remember that. And Madam Chair, I agree that if you are unable to find a way to work with everyone, I also support that you step down. Thanks.
Thank you. Tony Seri?
Cherry, it's pronounced
Cherry,
just
I'm
like
so
fruit.
sorry.
That's quite all right. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Shandor, Tony Cherry, District 5. I have grandkids in the school district, and right now I wish one of them would be a little bit bigger, because this is a little tight. Speaking about the students, and I think they've all left, but the students that presented tonight, oh my God, you guys were so good. Powerful oratory from high school students. I'll give you 5 seconds of my time for applause. So then, as long as I'm talking about general people, you know, we're all here because we want to be, and the police and y'all are kind of stuck. Sorry, it's going to be a long night, you know. So then, one other thing that I want to talk about with y'all is the talk about Dr. Shandor and removing him. And I want to address that specifically. So, military guy, moved around a lot, got to know a lot of superintendents. Wife is a retired special ed teacher, got to know a lot of superintendents that way. She was a PTA president, middle school, knew more superintendents, and I was a PTSA president of a high school, yet more superintendents. Bar none, best I've ever met, Dr. Shandor. By my metrics, unbelievable. So let's talk about that a little bit. He's present. He's in the schools. He's talking to the students. He's talking to the teachers. They know him. He has an influence every day. He's at after-school activities, same thing. Neighborhood activities, he never shuts down. He's always available to talk. So then let's talk about some things that have happened. Grafton High School, or the Grafton fire, the school district barely missed a beat. Students went back to school. It was successful, large part because of his leadership. COVID, oh my goodness. Take a look at the national stats. We did great compared to almost everybody in the nation. Certainly better than people in Hampton Roads. It's because of Dr. Shandor. And when did we go back to school? We were amongst the earliest in Hampton Roads and amongst the earliest in the nation. It's a great thing. You can't get a guy like that. And our stats, we've talked about those tonight. Third in the nation this, second in this. It's great. That's the kind of leadership we want. So I'd ask everybody to reconsider anything that you had in mind with Dr. Shandor. He's one of the main reasons of the success of the school district. And I'll leave you with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer Haddix-Schatz.
Thank you for getting my name right.
Oh, good. Yay.
Hello, my name is Jennifer from District 2, and I am the happy mom of a happy first grader at Coventry Elementary. We've lived in Hampton Roads for over 2 decades, and when we started considering school options for our child, we were thrilled that we could send her to one of the best divisions in the state simply by moving here to York County. Through research and word of mouth, we learned about the top quality education that YCSD provides, but our daughter's academic journey at Coventry has exceeded all expectation. My husband and I are software engineers who excitedly started teaching our first grader basic math years ago, but she started kindergarten unable to read. Now, thanks to both her kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Morris, and first grade teacher, Ms. Holm, her reading skills have soared, right along with her enthusiasm for books. Just a year and a half after not being able to read anything at all, my kid excitedly comes home to read chapter books without any prompting from us. And it's not just excitement over reading that her teachers have instilled in her, but an overall passion for learning. She joyfully shares with us the details of her school day, whether it's practicing how to sing This Is Me from The Greatest Showman, or learning about an important Virginian like Maggie Walker. On top of that, Ms. Holm is giving her the chance to work ahead of grade level in math, and as STEM professionals, we couldn't be more grateful for this extra effort in keeping our daughter engaged and challenged with our favorite subject. But my gratitude and love for Coventry goes beyond academic instruction. The staff there wisely realizes that in order to effectively teach the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic, children require a safe and nurturing setting conducive to learning. From the anti-bullying program the school ran this fall to the Coventry Cougar positive character traits of practice safety, act responsibly, work hard, and show respect that each student is expected to practice daily, the staff is creating the perfect setting for academic success. And in the process, the kids are learning how to become both exemplary citizens and kind, respectful, tolerant human beings. Further, every time I have walked into that building, every single staff member I've encountered has modeled these values to me, the students, and each other. I couldn't imagine a more supportive and caring educational environment for my child, and I know other parents feel the same. Finally, it is clear that this ideal academic environment is able to flourish and thrive because of our division's superb leadership team. Administrators like Mrs. Gelamo and our superintendent, Dr. Shandor, have undeniably created a positive, respectful, and affirming workplace that makes it possible for our dedicated educators to give their best to our kids every day. So to our newest board members, we don't just have a good thing going, we have an amazing thing going. Therefore, I please implore you, maintain our current leadership and collaborate with them to keep York County Schools as one of the best divisions in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Gage? And before you begin, the next two, I believe, have already left, John Black and Nancy Black. I wanted to call the next ones up so they know they're coming up, if you don't mind. Is it Pam Pouchot? Phyllis Henderson, Ellen Kennedy, and Danielle Cousins. Thank you.
Robert Gage, District 5, York County. I'm the parent of 2 York County students currently attending Tabb Middle School and Tabb High School. Both of my kids began as kindergartners at Mount Vernon Elementary. My wife and I chose to live in York County because of the reputation of the school system, and our experience has been nothing short of exceptional. The quality of the instruction and the dedication to helping our students succeed and thrive is demonstrated every day by teachers and staff in our schools. I was lucky enough to be able to mentor some of our students in the first LEGO League robotics competition at both the elementary and the middle school teams. I witnessed firsthand the sacrifices that teachers and staff make, including giving up significant time they could be spending with their own families to help our kids. You don't attract and retain dedicated teachers like that without an administration that values teachers and students above all else. Dr. Shandor demonstrates that every day, and I'm incredibly grateful for his excellent stewardship of our school system. I see him present at many, many after-hour school events. Most recently, it was at the York County Science and Engineering Fair, supporting our science teachers and our young scientists and engineers. Dr. Shandor has faced significant challenges in recent years, including the electrical fire at Grafton Complex and a global pandemic. He and his staff met those challenges and continue every day to make our schools some of the highest ranked in the state. I am incredibly concerned by the adversarial attitude that the school board has demonstrated against the superintendent. I hope that Dr. Shandor recognizes that the views expressed by some members of this board do not in any way represent the views of the majority of parents and students. I would like to thank board members Mr. Richardson and Mr. Schaefer for their efforts to correct the situation. To Mr. Pavic, I thank you for supporting our students and teachers at the Science and Engineering Fair, but I hope you draw from that experience some courage to stand with our teachers and students in the future. To the chair and co-chair of this board, I suggest you focus on what you can do to help support our teachers and students instead of rearranging seating plans and pulling more resources away from our schools to support your request for a personal assistant. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Pouchot.
I am Pam Pouchot, a former York County School Board member and resident of District 4. Matthew 6:6. And when you pray, you shall not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the corners of the streets, that they may be seen by men. Assuredly, I say to you, they have their reward. But you, when you pray, go into your room, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father who is in the secret place. And your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. And when you pray, do not use vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they will be heard for their many words. Therefore, do not be like them, for your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask him. So I ask the Christians on this board, do you not believe in the instructions found in the Bible? Why the need for public prayer other than self-gratification? From the behavior of new board members, both before the election and at the board meetings, the citizens of York County should be very concerned. Individual school board members, even the chair, have no authority that is separate from the entire board. There is no executive authority. It seems that political agendas are influencing your votes rather than the people you represent. And you represent all the citizens of the county, not just those that voted for you. On average, over 42% of the voters did not want you to sit on this board. Ignoring them is not acceptable. You are not superior to the superintendent or the staff. If you do not understand that they work with you, not for you, you will not be successful. You need to recognize that you will be relying on their expertise on a daily basis. There is fear of censorship in the classrooms and libraries, implementing further discriminatory policies against LGBTQ+ students, rewriting history books, ensuring gun rights supersede the safety of students and faculty, preferring the bigotry of banning diversity rather than embracing a diverse population, thinking the time you spend at meetings is of greater importance than honoring the students who excel, firing staff because you perceive them as too liberal, and the embracing of conspiracy theories and idiotic disinformation such as vaccinations are harmful and we are teaching CRT in elementary schools rather than in law schools. You are required to run for office as independents, yet you made it obvious that the Republican Party was the party you were running with, as shown in allowing your names to be on their sample ballots and the donations of your campaign funds to Republican candidates and the Republican Party. This shows a deep lack of character. If you want the support of the community, the division employees, and the students, you will need to change your very ignorant and narrow points of view. Your job is to serve the people, not to dictate.
Thank you. Phyllis Henderson. Alan Kennedy.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Alan Kennedy. I live at 116 Stegg Street. For those militia folks who are keeping track, don't attack our teachers, attack me. I can take it. I serve in the military. Our teachers did not sign up to go into combat. Don't treat them like they did. I would also like to offer you perhaps a little bit of a history lesson. I know you want to ban critical race theory. I teach critical race theory. You're welcome to join my class on critical race theory and the First Amendment. It sounds like you need a little bit of help on both. The vice chair hasn't even looked up in the last half hour. That concerns me a little bit as an educator. And I want to, my recommendation is start with a book like the 1619 Project. Oh wait, you want to ban that too. You want to ban critical race theory. You want to ban DEI. You want to ban all the things except guns in our schools. That's a problem. I don't want militia members coming after our teachers or our kids. I have young children who will go to the York County schools, and I don't want them entering a school district that is a train wreck. Those aren't my words. I want them to go to a school district where their diversity can be valued, where their ideas can be valued, where we're not just talking about hope, about thoughts and prayers, where we're actually thinking thoughts, where we're actually learning about the legacy of racism in America that goes back to slave patrols, which was the original militias in Virginia of white men with guns persecuting enslaved people. That's the history of unorganized militias in Virginia. That's what people who want to bring back militias in York County are talking about. That's the history you want to ban. That's the history of slavery that you don't want to recognize. I am proud of the school board member who I voted to elect, Mark Schaefer. I very much want to thank you for opening a can of worms, for shining a light on this tsunami before it becomes a bigger train wreck. Thank you very much. I hope that will spread to the rest of you. I appreciate you serving the people and the children of York County.
Thank you. Danielle Cousins.
Hi, my name is Danielle Cousins. I've been in York County for 6 years. I love the community. I love living here. My kids went to public school for 2 years. They're now at home. I'm very thankful to be able to do that. So I'm here today to welcome the new board members and say thank you so much, and great is your reward going to be in heaven for doing what God put you here to do. And I thank you for that. And I just thank everyone for their time here. I just want to read something real quick. It says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. Whoever shall believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And this life is eternal. For those who do not believe, because they love their darkness. The ones that believe come to the light. The ones in the darkness love their evil deeds, and let all the darkness be exposed." I just want you to know that my kids had somewhat of a good experience in public school. My daughter was bullied. She came home with depression. She came home with anxiety. She came home with thoughts of suicide. And thankfully, Jesus has healed her from that, and I just praise him for it. And I just want to say that it's very interesting to me that every other religion, every other idea is mentioned, and it talks about inclusivity, but every time the name of Jesus is mentioned, people are afraid, and they call militias. I just want you to know that people are being murdered in Africa right now because they won't renounce the name of Jesus. And we have that right here to say the name of Jesus. And every knee shall bow and every tongue can confess that Jesus is Lord one day. And that the enemy is afraid of the name of Jesus. It says demons tremble at the name of Jesus. So I'm wondering why people are so afraid of parents loving their kids, wanting them to be able to share their faith, wanting to be able to stand to the morals that they believe. I mean, in ancient Rome, they were afraid of Christians because when they put them in the den of lions, they weren't afraid because they knew what was coming after. We live on earth about this long, and eternity is forever. So there's no reason to be afraid. So I just say thank you for standing for truth and righteousness. I just pray that the shield of faith will be upon you, that the armor of God is with you, and that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, against rulers of darkness and evil in heavenly places, and that we all have one enemy, and he's the enemy of mankind. God created us for relationship because he loves us. He wants a family, okay? He wants a family. Sin separates us from that, and people are just standing for righteousness and truth, and you're calling us militia for that. So thank you for your time. You guys have a great night.
Thank you. I believe that that is the last of the ones who had signed up. I'm going to read the ones who didn't come before just to make sure. Phyllis Henderson, John Black, Nancy Black, Alexandra Howland, Randy Eaton, and William Duguay. All right, so that ends, I now close the public participation for comments of citizens. At this time, we have matters by the board members, and we'll go by our district numbers. So District 1, Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. It's truly good to listen to everybody. And I will tell you that our board meetings have not always been watched by that many people. Sometimes it only averaged like 100 to 150. The last meeting that we had 3,200. So thank you for watching. I just wish it was for the right reasons and the right things were going on and people were excited about what's going on with the students and staff of York County. You know, someone mentioned about Let's Talk earlier. We had 203 Let's Talk dialogues to the school board since the platform started in fall of 2021. Since January 1st of this year, we've had 143. So I'd say that the people of York County are getting engaged. Again, I wish it was for the right reasons, that, you know, Bruton won another swimming championship or something along that nature. But I thank you all for being engaged, and hopefully we can get things rolling to where we continue the momentum that this school division has had. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3, Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to read a little statement before I get into the activities and things that I've been a part of this month. I realize that over the last several weeks, there has been a lot of turmoil and upending within some members of the community over past events, questions asked, and decisions made. Unfortunately, there also has been a lot of hyperbole and just some outright incorrect information shared among the community. So let me be clear on a few things as they pertain to me. I am not part of a militia group, and nor did I send a militia group to an elementary school. I do not condone slavery or anything that would even resemble it. I do not have an agenda to fire our superintendent. I do not think there is mass indoctrination happening in our school division. And as far as me being far right, I am as far right as the Constitution, as that is the oath that I took to uphold. Everyone has a philosophy or set of values that guide the decisions that they make every day. And oftentimes, one person's philosophy and values are not congruent with another's, but that's okay. Life would not be very diverse or interesting if we all agreed on everything all the time. My role is providing oversight as outlined by the Virginia Code for school boards and to ensure we're fulfilling the mission, vision, and strategic plan in the best interest of our students. My philosophy lies in the following beliefs. I believe schools exist to teach curriculum and not personal agendas. So it would be hypocritical for me to have a personal agenda. I believe we should teach all of history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, for how do we learn if we don't understand our past and strive to do better? I believe in teaching our children to think critically, encouraging them on how to think and not what to think. And I believe our teachers should be able to bring their creative teaching styles and lessons into the classroom to help achieve these aforementioned goals. I ran on these beliefs, as well as oversight and advocating for our teachers, our paras, our bus drivers, and this resonated with the community. Oversight, as outlined by our Virginia Code, comes with a lot of responsibility, and in order to uphold that task, you have to ask the hard questions. You have to look at policy, and you have to challenge the status quo. I will not be a status quo or rubber stamp board member. I was not elected to do that. There are important tasks ahead of us, like the 2025 budget and rezoning, just to name a few. If we continue to get bogged down in the minutia and hyperbole, and we continue to stir the pot, we'll never be able to move forward. Abraham Lincoln said, "A house divided will surely fall." We cannot remain divided and achieve accomplishing the tasks ahead of us. We do need to work together as a community and as a board for the good of the students. I've heard many people say in comments, we need to be focused on the students, and I could not agree more. So let's do exactly that. In closing, I hope you know, as your board member, that I'm here for all constituents, and by constituents, I mean students, parents, teachers, staff, and citizen taxpayer, regardless if you voted for me or not. You're always welcome to email, you can call me, or you can even request to meet one-on-one if you would like to engage in civil discourse. Now, let me talk a little bit about what I've been up to for the month of February. It's been a really busy month. I had the opportunity to attend the YCSD Job Jamboree earlier this month, and I watched our HR department deliver one of the best recruitment fairs that I have ever seen. I attended our Gifted Education Advisory Committee meeting, and I met some of our newest student volunteers. I got valuable feedback on the process for interviewing and onboarding new members. I attended a reception for the arts to recognize K-12 winners in various artistic categories, and I saw the most amazing sketch by a middle school student. I was truly blown away by the artistic creativity of these students. I was able to visit York Middle School and York River Academy, and once again, really impressed with how well both of these schools were run, especially a middle school, and that is not an easy task. Last but certainly not least, I had the chance to visit York Elementary School and watch Family Engagement Night take place. Dr. Bolam spent the entire hour walking me around and showing me the various activities and teachers and staff had planned for this special event. I was really encouraged by the amount of mouth's getting dry. I was encouraged by the amount of community participation. I think this all speaks to the wonderful work that does take place in our schools every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And for District 4, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank everyone that came out to speak tonight. It takes a lot sometimes to come out and speak in public, but thank you so much for coming out. In the essence of time, I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And of course, District 5, that leaves me. Want to say some basic things here. There have been some inaccurate and false reports in the media. Let me set the record straight. I neither belong to nor support any militia group. Statements saying I do are malicious lies. The gentleman cited in the news reports retelling these false accusations has apologized and stated in writing that no York County School Board member has had any part in his organization. The media reports have gone from malicious to crazy to absolutely absurd. The ultimate goal of those promoting these false stories is to negate the election, disenfranchise the majority of voters in our districts, and silence any oversight our school board is supposed to do under the Virginia Constitution and law. I am dismayed and disappointed that two of my colleagues on this board chose to spread and perpetuate those lies, but they are clearly not the only ones participating in this effort to discredit the new school board members. The use of these crass political tactics to thwart the new school board members from performing our duties is reprehensible. Spreading lies via social media and email is cyberbullying. We teach our students not to do that, yet it's now being done by adults, including some teachers and school staff on a daily basis. Some are hiding behind anonymous and hidden customer labels to fling the lies and innuendo and spread it to the media. What is this teaching our students? The new members of the school board were elected to bring change and transparency into the operations of the school division and make sure we are focusing on student achievement for academic success. I understand that change can be difficult, especially when that change exposes areas that need to be corrected and improved. If York County citizens were truly satisfied with the way our schools were being handled, the outcome of the elections would have been very different. The majority spoke that they were against the status quo and wanted change, a change to a back-to-basics approach that focuses on academics and student achievement, enforcing discipline to ensure a safe learning environment, making sure our money is spent wisely for a positive return on investment that is measurable for academic success, and total transparency throughout the process. While that may frighten some people, that is what the voters chose. Parents and taxpayers have every right to know what is being taught and how it is being taught in the schools. They have every right to see the textbooks, lessons, computer apps, and programs being used to teach our students. They have every right to watch the presentations that are given, to ask questions, and even to take pictures of those public and open presentations. It is time for us to focus on the real business of the school board, making sure our budget supports student achievement. We need to be focused on academics and making sure our students are at or above grade level for reading and math so they can succeed in all of their classes, and not just showing some progress that is below level. We need to make sure that our plans have measurable goals, ensuring the money that we are spending is having a positive result to help our students achieve in the classroom and in life. I do look forward to working with my colleagues on the school board, with the YCSD administration, with the faculty and staff, and with parents in these important areas to ensure student achievement in academics with full transparency. That is what we were elected to do. Thank you. Now, moving right along, we have financial matters, and Mr. Schaefer is going to discuss those at this time.
Yeah, this is when most people like to leave, because this is kind of dry. Okay, we have claims certified for payment for the month of January 2024. Instructional related expenditures total $59,250. Most of it was to Seesaw Learning for the annual renewal of the instruction platform. Technology was $87,000.
If I can interrupt for 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If we can wait for the room to
Oh,
vacate,
yeah.
please.
Folks, if you could leave quickly and not discuss things on your way out so we can continue with the business, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Financial matters are also on board docs, so they're readily available. Technology-related expenditures totaled $87,100, and the biggest part of that was to Microsoft for renewal of our support. Operational-related expenditures totaled $34,000, and that's payment to Arc Consulting for the rezoning plan. Food service-related expenditures totaled $27,000, and include a payment to Gold Creek Foods for USDA processed food supplies. Consideration of approval of the financial reports for January 2024, significant changes relating to the operating budget. For January revenues, state revenue increased by more than $4.7 million when compared to last year. The increase is a result of the 7% compensation adjustment, increase in student enrollment, and the addition of all-in funding. State sales tax revenue for January decreased by $1.02 million when compared to last year. This is a result of the change in economic activity, which I hope does not keep on that way. For expenditures, instructional expenditures for January 2024 increased by approximately $4.3 million when compared to last year. The difference can be attributed to the increase in compensation and benefits, the spend down of federal ESSER funds, and the increase of fill rates for instructional positions for fiscal year 24. Significant changes relating to the food service budget for revenues and expenditures. Local food service revenue increased by more than $352,000 compared to last year. This is due to the number of meals served. Consideration of approval of Resolution 24-17. Resolution 24-17 requires the board's approval authorizing procurements of more than $50,000. There are 8 items on the resolution totaling $4.53 million, the details of which can be viewed on board docs. Madam Chair, I'm now moved to approve financial matters as listed.
I'd like to hear a second on that, please.
I'll second.
Are there any further discussions on this?
It's pretty quick this month.
Definitely. Mrs. Ford?
Yes, the motion was made by Mr. Schaefer and seconded by Mrs. Goodwin to approve financial matters as listed. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0.
All right. Now, under the consent calendar on this, going over it briefly, there was approval of personnel actions, approval of minutes for all of the previous meetings up through special meeting on February 22nd, approval of donations in the amount of $575, approval of the 2024-25 school calendar, approval of proposed changes to the updated program of studies, and approval of the York River Academy Alternative Accreditation Plan. A lot of these were described previously. Personally, I was a little concerned that there were still some additions and things coming up even today at noon concerning the minutes, because I haven't been able to go through all of those things yet to make sure of them, because there was a lot of information in all of those documents. Regarding that, considering the time and everything, while personally I would prefer to pull out the approval of the minutes to have a chance to take a look at them, I do understand if the rest of the board wishes to just approve the consent calendar as listed. Is there a motion?
I don't have any problem. I mean, you know, I don't know if Jimmy or Mr. Schaefer or Mr. Richardson, sorry, have an issue with that. I don't have any particular issue with delaying a vote on the consideration of the approval of minutes.
Of minutes?
Because I haven't had a chance to look at them since they were just done. I'm sure that they're probably fine, but it would probably be good for us to look over them just to say, hey, yeah, everything's okay.
All right,
So-
could I have a motion to remove the approval of the minutes? Oops, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I mean, that's certainly fine, you know, because you hadn't had a chance to read them. I perused over them. I didn't read them detailed like that. And I've been good for the last 7, 8 years. I've been on the board with the clerk doing the minutes. I mean, they're taking it right off the recording and typing it. So if there's anything wrong, it's typically could be a little typo or something to that effect. But whatever you want to do, you're a new board member, you can do that.
I'm fine with them. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm fine with the minutes as they are. I mean, it's never changes. So, I mean, but if y'all want to pull them out, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all.
All right, could we have a motion to pull the approval of the minutes out for the listing that's in here and to table that until the next meeting?
I'll approve. I'll make a motion to pull the minutes out so that we can have a chance just to review them before the next meeting, if that's.
Could I have a second?
Yes, second. But by the next meeting, you mean a work session?
I'm sorry, work session.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been made and seconded. Any other discussion? Mrs. Ford?
Yes, a motion was made by Mrs. Goodwin and seconded by Mr. Shaver to remove the minutes from the agenda. From the action item.
Consent calendar.
The consent. Mr. Shaver?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Spearman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0.
So I make a motion that we approve the rest of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
He beat me to it.
You're fine.
A motion was, you want me to go ahead and do that?
Sure, thank you.
A motion was made by Mr. Shafer and seconded by Mrs. Goodwin to approve the consent calendar with the exception of the minutes. Mr. Shafer?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Spearman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0.
Thank you. The next on the action items is approval of a textbook adoption for the K through 5 English and Language Arts program. Dr. Shandor.
Sure, I'll have Ms. Skinner, Dr. Skinner.
Congratulations, Dr. Skinner.
Thank you very much. Good evening. At last month's work session, our Associate Director of Elementary Instruction, Christina Head, provided a presentation which outlined the requirements of the Virginia Literacy Act. One of those requirements includes that starting next school year, each school division must utilize a literacy textbook and program at the elementary level from the Virginia Department of Education's approved list. Since that time, here's everything that's taken place up to this evening, just to give you a little bit of the history. A committee of division stakeholders narrowed the VDOE approved list down to 3 publishers to take through the division's textbook adoption process, which is outlined in policy IIAA. Following the division's policy, elementary teachers and reading specialists reviewed and evaluated 3 proposed literacy program materials. The results of the teachers' evaluation ratings identified Hooflin Mifflin Harcourt's Into Reading Literacy Program to recommend for adoption. Also, as part of the IMR process, parents and community members were provided the opportunity to review the recommended literacy program and provide feedback and comments for consideration. 34 citizens reviewed the materials. 1 citizen provided written comments, and that comment was very positive. No concerns were noted about the literacy materials. Within the completion of the IMR process, I'm requesting that the board approve the adoption of the Houghton Mifflin Into Reading K-5 literacy textbook materials. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. I heard good things about the actual program. My only concern was when you go to the website of Houghton Mifflin and Harcourt, that I didn't see a lot of promotion of academics and reading and things like that. It was another agenda. It was all about DEI. And I know when I ran, that was some of the things that were concerning to parents and the other citizens. But like I said, the program itself and the textbooks were getting good reviews and things like that. I'm just concerned about the overall company. That I guess if we can just keep an eye on it and make sure that, we're focusing on reading and what the students need and learning to read and things like that, and it's not bringing in another agenda.
The purpose of reading materials is to teach reading to our students, and that's what we'll be using those materials for.
Right.
I can't speak to the concerns that you shared, that those concerns were brought to my attention by any of our community members that reviewed it. But certainly, we would be purchasing these materials to provide literacy instruction, and the Virginia Department of Education has approved these materials as one of their, and it has received very high ratings from, educators.
Yeah, wasn't these, one of they had 4 to 6, I think it was, programs that we could use that VDOE supplied approval for, and we picked, 2 of them, I believe?
We chose 3 to take through the process, went through a rubric and involved various stakeholders in that process. The one that was selected was the one that I'm bringing this evening to the group. And, there's many other school divisions around us that are also using or preparing to use the same one. But again, we worked off the list that VDOE provided to us because they had to meet certain academic rigor and expectations to even get through that process. As you know, the Virginia Literacy Act is very rigorous, and they have high expectations, and that's why the state is moving to this process, so that nothing coming into our schools isn't providing students with instruction that is at the expectation that Virginia Department of Education has.
Right.
So there were 31 people that showed up to the library when we did the book thing?
So I can tell you, we offered the materials at Bruton High School, and we offered them into the evening, both evenings we were there. We did not have anyone from attend the Bruton High School viewings. And then we moved the materials, and we showed the materials for 5 days at the school board office, including 4 evenings. Staff stayed, and we had 4 daytime visitors total. The remaining people that looked at our materials all looked at them online.
Okay.
And out of all of those members and community members that looked at that, 1 citizen left comment.
Okay. Good information to know. Thank you.
Yes.
So everyone has had ample time, is what you're saying. Everyone's had ample time to view this.
This far exceeds any time that we've given before.
Yeah. Okay,
We
great.
followed the policy. We wanted to make sure, because this is a very important purchase for our school division and for our students, we wanted to make sure that we extended every opportunity online and during the day and in the evening, so our community could review those materials.
Okay, great.
Right. I appreciate that. We'll need a motion right now to approve the textbook adoption for K through 5 English and Language Arts program.
I move approval of the textbook adoption for K through 5 English and Language Arts program.
I second.
Are there any further questions or comments? Mrs. Ford?
Yes. A motion is made by Mr. Richardson and seconded by Mrs. Goodwin to approve the textbook adoption for K-5 English and Language Arts program. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0.
Let's see, sorry about this. Juggling too many different things. Yeah, we had already scratched, excuse me, we had tabled until the next meeting, the discussion and the approval of the Virginia School Boards Association Policy Services. So moving right along, there's no policy discussion, no first reading. We do have a second reading on policy. Consideration of approval of the second reading of the amendment to policy BDDZ, the agenda format of the York County School Board Policy Manual. I'll need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
Or actually, the second reading.
For the,
I need to actually read it, sorry.
Well, actually, typically, I'll share, there's been no changes since first reading
Okay.
at our February 12th work session, so this policy is ready for consideration for board approval.
This is the one adding the invocation to the agenda.
Correct.
All right, so juggling too many things here. Sorry about that. I need a motion to approve the second reading of the amendment to policy BDDZ, agenda format of the York County School Board Manual.
I will make a motion to approve the second reading of the amendment to policy BDDZ, agenda format of the York County School Board Policy Manual.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Motion's been moved and seconded to approve the second reading of the amendment policy BDDZ, agenda format of the York County School Board Policy Manual. Mrs. Ford?
Yes. A motion is made by Mrs. Goodwin and seconded by Mr. Schaefer to approve the policy as stated. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask for the report of the superintendent. Dr. Shandor.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fairman. First, I wanted to acknowledge all of the speakers that came this evening for all 3 public hearings. We had one on the rezoning, we had one on the budget, and certainly we had the last one for public comment. I want to thank all of the parents, all of the community members that came out and spoke. I know it takes a great deal of time to prepare your remarks. I understand how nervous people get behind a microphone. I just appreciate the time that they take to not only do that, but then to drive down here and sit and wait all this time. So your voices are heard, and I really appreciate those words. But the point I want to make about the public comment, I'm so proud of the students that came here this evening. I know several of those students. I've known several of those students since they were in second grade. And to see their courage to come up to this microphone and speak so eloquently about the concerns that they have within our school division, not just our unfortunate situation with the board, et cetera, and myself, but to really talk about real issues in the world and how it's impacting them. So again, I'm just extremely proud of those young people for coming here tonight and having the courage to get up and do that. I do have a request to the board that I'm going to address in just a couple points. When board members continue to have requests for staff, as I said at the work session, it does take staff a great deal of time to stop their current work to provide reports. In Friday Notes, we have provided reports, and you heard this evening, we've provided binders, we've provided documents for new board members and all board members. Mr. Bone and his team provided extensive information related to all the expenditures from FY23, FY24. We provided an acronym list because we wanted to make sure that our new board members felt confident with all of the acronyms. What's frustrating to me at times as superintendent is when we receive a request and then there's no questions followed up on that, or more importantly, when a board member doesn't recognize that it was sent in Friday Notes. So, I mean, if we're going to be transparent, then I'm going to be transparent as well. And it's very frustrating for my team to spend a great deal of time on reports that aren't read. So I'm going to switch that and talk a little bit about National Read Across America Day on March 2nd. Every year we encourage staff members to read to our students as a way to recognize this important event and to engage with our students. I have the opportunity, I love reading to kids. There's several teachers I saw here tonight that said, I look forward to seeing you next Tuesday. And I said, what's next Tuesday? And they reminded me I'm coming to read at their school. Spent some time at Seaford Elementary School reading my favorite book, The Legend of Rock, Paper, Scissors. It's my favorite. I'm looking forward. So if you're in our community and you're a volunteer or you're connected to our schools, please get in and there read to kids. It's so much fun. And there's nothing that feeds your soul more than watching a teacher work with kids. There's nothing that feeds your soul more than that. So please go out and participate in National Read Across America Day. Dr. Skinner, I appreciate the hat. I didn't bring it because I didn't want to wear it in front of everybody. I also want to talk about this time of the school year. It's typically full of budget discussions and a multitude of other meetings. It was a really nice change of pace to join Waller Mill Elementary School students on February 12th in recognition of Virginia Kindness Week. From February 11th to the 17th, I got to share a video message for their assembly promoting the importance of kindness. I want to end my comments with, well, I have a few more comments after that, but I want to share a little bit about kindness. Kindness is treating people with respect. It's taking the high road, the road much less traveled. The moments of kindness motivate those around us to keep moving forward in a world that can be unkind at times. Choosing words and actions that encourage others is an excellent way to live, and I challenge you to be an example of kindness. And we learn that from kids. We learn that from our students every day in our schools. And I think there's many adults in this world who can learn how to treat people kind and with respect. Speaking of kindness, this is Ms. Ford's last meeting this evening. Her retirement is effective March 1st. Sandy's played a critical role for YCSD as the secretary to the superintendent and the board clerk for the past 12 years. And with 17 years of dedicated service to YCSD, Sandy started as a Secretary 3 for Student Services. We all in YCSD, all of our staff members, and I know past board members, and I know Ms. Haywood, I see you in the back of the room. You had great experiences with Sandy as well. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Sandy for her unwavering commitment and valuable contributions to YCSD. As she embarks on this new chapter of her life, we wish her success and fulfillment in her retirement. We all are hoping she enjoys quality time with her family. I know you and Richard are going to certainly enjoy spending time with your grandchildren. I also know that your mom, Mildred, is extremely proud of you and happy for you, and make sure you let her know that I said hello. Mildred's one of my biggest fans. Thank you, Sandy, for your exceptional service to YCSD, and you will be missed. That concludes my report.
I know Ms. Ford has been invaluable in helping us get through the onboarding and the questions and all of that, so really appreciate that. Just want to remind everybody that our work session will be held on Monday, March 11th here at York Hall, and we're in need of a closed session, so I will ask for a board member to please make that motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the York County School Board convene in closed session for the consideration and discussion regarding specific candidates for removal from the Gifted Education Advisory Committee pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A1 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oops, I think Mr. Schaefer beat you to that. All right, the motion has been moved and seconded to go into closed session as stated. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Ford?
Yes, the motion was made by Mr. Richardson and seconded by Mr. Schaefer for the board to meet in closed session. As stated, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Fairman?
Yes.
The motion passed 4-0. The board is now in closed session.
Thank you.